couple of commissioners. So if you'll just sit tight for a moment, we're expecting everybody today. And I'm just not seeing a couple of folks yet. So we'll give it a minute and then run through the roll call for attendance.
And this is Suzanne Lazorek. I'm on, but I'm just on audio for about the next 10 minutes and then I'll switch over.
Okay, thanks. I think the folks I'm not seeing yet are Commissioner McAdams, Commissioner Keene, and I guess Commissioner Carter and Commissioner Anderson.
Good morning.
Commissioner Keene.
Good morning.
Good morning. We're just waiting for, I think, a couple of other folks to join us. We have 2 commissioner members who we expect, but who have not yet logged on, from what I can tell.
Thank you.
I don't know if anyone had the same problem I did, but in logging on today, not a problem exactly, but I had to download a web extension, which it didn't require me to do yesterday. So it did take me a couple of extra minutes to get on. Let's do this. Let's start running through the roll call just to make sure we can confirm who's present, and perhaps by the time we get to the end of that and circle back around, the remaining commissioners will have been able to get on. So, Dr. Lazorek?
Yes, I'm on.
Commissioner Anderson? Commissioner Arata?
I'm here.
Commissioner Bailey?
I'm here.
Commissioner Carter? Commissioner Davis? I see Commissioner Davis. You may be muted. Commissioner Deerhake?
Yes. Hello, I'm here.
Commissioner Duggan?
Present.
Commissioner Harris?
Here.
Commissioner Kelvington?
Here.
Commissioner Keene?
Here.
Commissioner McAdams? Commissioner Monist?
I'm here.
Commissioner Solomon?
Here.
So we are still missing Commissioners Anderson, Carter, and McAdams.
This is Commissioner Davis. Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
One thing I will go ahead and mention, and I'm sure most folks have figured this out already, but as you know, the declaratory ruling that had been on this morning's agenda is off the agenda, and that was at the request of the petitioner. So they asked to delay until the March meeting. which is what we will do. And I see that I believe Commissioner McAdams has joined us. Commissioner McAdams, are you present?
I have managed to overcome my technical difficulties, and indeed I am present. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Had a few of those too this morning. So I think we're still waiting on Commissioners Anderson and Carter. Well, let's go ahead and begin with the preliminary matters. So we'll call to order this meeting of the Environmental Management Commission. And I've mentioned the one major change to the agenda, which was the declaratory ruling being postponed until March at the request of the petitioners. Otherwise, North Carolina General Statute 130A-15 requires us to, before the meeting begins, remind all members of their duty to avoid conflicts of interest and inquire as to whether any member has a known conflict of interest with respect to any matters coming before the board today. So is there any member who needs to disclose a conflict of interest with regard to matters on the agenda for today's meeting? Commissioner Lazorek? Commissioner Anderson, I believe, is still not on. Commissioner Arata?
No conflict.
Commissioner Bailey? Commissioner Bailey, do you have a conflict today? Looks like Commissioner Bailey may be having some difficulties. Commissioner Davis?
None, thank you.
Commissioner Deerhake?
No.
Commissioner Duggan?
None.
Commissioner Harris?
None.
Commissioner Kelvington?
None.
Commissioner Keen?
Do not.
Commissioner McAdams?
No conflicts.
Commissioner Monist?
None.
And Commissioner Solomon.
None.
And so I don't see that any additional commission members have joined us, but in
Madam
case I'm
Chairwoman.
not seeing everyone
On a
on the
point-
screen, I'm sorry.
On a point of order, can I make a comment on the agenda and maybe make a
Yes,
request?
Commissioner Solomon.
I would like to request, and I can put it in the form of a motion, that we delay or defer item 2202 on the agenda to the May meeting. I believe this will give all the parties some time, 90 days. We've got COVID going on and we got federal agencies involved too, but give everybody a little bit of time to get on the same page. I think everybody's saw some emails and communication where I don't think people are all on the same page, but we, as the commission members know, and maybe the public doesn't, but we do have a year to act on anything from the time of public hearing. So I make this request to you just as the chair to maybe give us a little time to get these things worked out.
So let me just respond briefly to that. You are certainly able to make that as a motion, and we can have the commission take that into consideration. I don't immediately see a reason to delay. It is certainly not unusual to have public comments submitted in advance of a commission agenda. I know there have been extensive conversations with the industry organizations about the wetlands rules. So between the department and the industry, so there has been an extensive amount of communication. So I would hesitate to delay a commission agenda item simply because of ongoing public comment, because that's certainly not anything unusual. I have not consulted, and I don't know if Mr. Reynolds has any advice on this, the rules of the commission in terms of adjusting the agenda. I assume it would be appropriate to have a motion to that effect. But as background to that, I'll also say we don't have a full year to act on these permanent rules. The temporary rules would actually expire, I believe, in March if we don't take any action. So we actually are on a much tighter time frame than a year. And again, I don't know that there's a significant reason for delay. Mr. Reynolds, do you have any advice on whether the commission's rules address this in any fashion?
Madam Chair, in your role, you set the agenda. It is within the commission's prerogative, should it so choose. Members, including Commissioner Solomon, are welcome to move to reschedule something that's not outside of the that's not out of bounds or inappropriate. It would have to come in the form of a motion. You're right on the 270 days. And one other thing I'll point out is that the permanent rules before you today have gone through the public comment period. It is not unusual for folks to try to submit a comment outside of that or urge you to take a certain action one way or the other. And certainly that seems to be the case. And I understand that it's coming from not only those opposed to the permanent rulemaking, all of which had the opportunity to comment during the public comment period, as well as those urging you to adopt the permanent rules. So particularly, however, if there's a motion and you're willing to find that it's appropriate at this time and will entertain it, then certainly the commission can choose whether to leave this on the agenda.
Thank you.
And Madam Chairwoman, I want to be respectful of you as the chair because you do control the agenda. I think I'll keep that in the form of a request unless you ask me to make an emotion, but I would ask for you to perhaps recognize me at your pleasure when the item is heard to make a formal motion to defer this until the May meeting, if that is what you choose to do. I'll just put it in the form of a request at this point.
Madam Chair, just if I may, that's absolutely an appropriate thing at the time. I mean, the commission can absolutely decide whether to table it or not table it, I'm sorry, defer it at the time as part of one of the actions you could consider when it comes before you. But at that time, you're not deciding to change the agenda, you're deciding what to do with the action item.
So let me respond in this way. If there is a desire to postpone this matter before beginning any presentation or debate on the issue, I think this is the appropriate time to make that motion. I would not be inclined on my own motion to remove it from the agenda, but if there is a desire to remove it from the agenda before beginning discussion and debate and hearing the presentation, then I think now is the time to make that agenda change. And we'll entertain a motion to that effect now. I think if we reach that item on the agenda, then without having removed it in advance, then my suggestion would be we need to hear the presentations, have the discussion and debate. And if at that time commission members would prefer to defer a vote until the March meeting, that is certainly within the range of decisions the commission can make. Is that acceptable? Is there a consensus we can move forward that way? So Mr. Solomon, Commissioner Solomon, if you would like to make a motion now to remove it from the agenda, now would be the appropriate time to do that. And otherwise we'll take up the agenda item, and then with the understanding that among the choices the commission can make at that time is to defer a vote.
And I will do so, Madam Chair. And in making that motion, I will say that I've always been consistent with, I think we all agree on more things that we disagree on, and that we should bring things before the commission that are right for consideration, if at all possible. Obviously, to me, this one's not right for our consideration. And I will cite, we adopted temporary rules because we had a Trump era rule that was in place where we thought there was a gap. And those temporary rules were adopted. Those temporary rules are no longer there by the actions of the Biden administration, which we will discuss. And so I don't think the temporary rules and the permanent rules are coupled together as they once were when we first started this process. And so for that reason, I'll make a motion to defer this until May, until the details can be worked out.
So Commissioner Solomon has made a motion to defer this agenda item until, did you say May or March?
May, I would like to give the parties 90 days, since there are federal agencies involved in COVID, to do that, and we'll consider it in May.
I will just have to note that deferring it till May will cause the temporary rules to expire. So we cannot defer to May. We would have to act no later than the March meeting.
And then I will make the motion to we defer to March, to give the parties at least 30 days, I guess, to do that.
Is there a second to that motion?
I would like to second that motion.
Second by Commissioner Kelvington. So we will take a roll call vote.
Chair Smith, can we have discussion, please?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Is there discussion on the motion?
Yeah, can I be recognized as hearing officer on this issue, please?
Yes, Commissioner Monist is recognized as hearing officer.
Thank you so much. And yes, we have received many comments in the last few days. I really encourage us to hear the presentation because, as Chair Smith alluded to, there's been a lot of additional discussion behind the scenes between myself, Chair Smith, DEQ, DWR, the Army Corps, and the stakeholders, which everybody else has not been privy to. And in my discussion with Sue Homewood, she's prepared to introduce us all to the current state of play, which I think is really important. What brought us to where we are now, as well as the current concerns. As you'll see for me, this just solidifies the fact that federal confusion is going to happen, and that's all the more reason for a clear state guidance. But I would love for us all to just hear the presentation, hear what's going on, and then decide whether we want to say yes, no, or delay.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on the motion? Commissioner Deerhake.
Thank you. I have in my records that the expiration of the temporary rule is February 2nd, 2000.
I will ask Mr. Reynolds to address this, but my understanding is that that date was incorrect. And that in looking back at the actual timelines, that the commission could take a vote on these permanent rules at its March meeting and still have those rules submitted to the Rules Review Commission in time to allow the temporary rules to remain in place while the permanent rules are being reviewed. But I'll ask Mr. Reynolds to confirm that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're correct that the APA provides that temporary rules expire 270 days from the date they appear in the register. Here, the temporary rules appeared in the June 15th, 2020 register, and therefore the 270 days doesn't expire until March instead of February, which is what the PowerPoint stated originally, but has since been updated, I believe, to reflect that. It's 270 days from the date of register, but also they are extended if the permanent rules adopted by the agency to replace the temporary rules are submitted to the RRC. So you have 270 days to adopt the permanent rules and then provide them to the RRC, or otherwise the temporary rules expire. That'll be in March.
Thank you for clarifying that. I wasn't aware of that or had missed it. I will take this opportunity to say that I agree with Commissioner Monist that we are going to continue to remain in a press for public comment on this. We have had an official public comment period, and I think we should proceed with hearing the agenda item.
Is there any other discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair, Steve King.
Commissioner Keene?
Respectfully, I can sympathize with Commissioner Solomon's motion. and understanding that there's quite a many stone that has not been unturned here. In reference to the hearing officer and the commissioner's comment, the hearing officer's comment, there are several emails that I have received in the last 2 days. If actually, my email box is blown up with over 100, and only the North Carolina Farm Bureau is reading through the hearing officer's report. There was not the North Carolina Home Builders Association, and there was not the North Carolina Chamber, and the North Carolina Forestry Association, and the Aggregates Association, North Carolina Manufacturers Alliance. These emails have come across my desk in the last 2 days opposing that we move forward with this at this time. I would certainly love to hear, and I saw where the other commissioners were copied, Madam Chair. And I would certainly love to hear what all of the other commissioners have to say on this with these responses. So with that, I'm torn between moving forward to hear all the other commissioners and their position in reference to all that has happened in the last 2 days. But I'm gonna vote for this motion to move it for at least 30 days, whether the temporary rule expires or not, because of the information that I've received in the last 2 days indicates that there's no permitting gap and it doesn't exist. And I think that's the gap we tried to fill for many, I'm thinking 20 or so projects that were sort of in the mix on this a couple of 3-4 months ago. So with that, I'm going to vote with Mr. Solomon. And but then again, if we do move on, Madam Chair, I'd love to hear all of the responses from the commissioners that they received the same emails as I did. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Keene. I believe all of the commissioners were copied on those emails, so I believe everyone has seen those. And I will say, at this point in the agenda, the motion is to defer the agenda item until the March meeting. And this really isn't the time to debate the merits of the decision. If the commissioners want to reach the merits, have that debate, discussion, and vote on the merits of the decision, then there's the opportunity to take up that agenda item, which provides that the opportunity to discuss the comments and responses to comments and new information that may have become available in the last few weeks. Is there any other discussion on the motion?
This is Chair Lazoric, or Commissioner Lazoric.
Commissioner Lazoric, yes.
Sorry, I'm sitting in my chair's office at the school. Yeah, I feel like since we have an option to defer after we hear the presentations, just like we have with other previous items when there's times for a vote, sometimes we put off a vote for the following meeting because we need more information. I prefer to hear all the information available. So, I mean, if we had to decide, you know, if this was the only point to defer it, then it might make sense to delay. But if we have the option to defer after we hear all the information, I would feel better having full information before I make the decision. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Lazoric. Is there any other discussion on the motion to defer the wetlands agenda item?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner McAdams?
Thank you. I just urge all my fellow commissioners to vote down this motion and decide whether to defer after we hear it. Everybody's all ready to present. We've all mentally immersed in this. Now's the time, at least, to hear the presentations. Thank you.
I believe I saw Commissioner Duggan's hand. Thank you, Commissioner McAdams.
Yes, Chair, just a clarification. If we defer on this item until the March meeting, does that mean that no other evidence or no other information will be presented at that March meeting? Assuming that we hear the presentation today and then we defer the vote until the March meeting, does that basically mean that we're closed at that point from any further discussion and simply just a vote?
So I suppose that is, to some extent, up to the will of the commission in terms of what they decide today. I will say, generally speaking, it is not the case that everything freezes in time if we choose to defer an agenda item. And so just as the comments people received within the last few days have come in after the formal public comment period has closed, nothing would prevent people from continuing to send comments to commission members between now and the March meeting. And given the fact that this is not a quasi-judicial proceeding, I don't know of anything that would prevent commission members from considering new information, whether that was pro or con. I'll ask Mr. Reynolds if he has anything to answer, any further answer to your question, though.
Thank you.
And I think you summed it up well.
So I guess the answer then is no, things do not freeze in time, and there may still be additional comments between now and the March meeting, and yeah, that just is what it is.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion?
This is Commissioner Kelvington. I'd like just to point out that there was the feds did not act. They did not. They acted after the initial comments were public comments period had ended. So there were some changes afterwards. So the permitting gap was existing prior to the public comment period, but now it does not appear there's a permitting gap based on the Fed's decisions in December. So just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, so thank you for that comment. And I do want to say the Corps of Engineers did put out additional guidance within the last several weeks. But that guidance has been discussed with the interested parties who have commented on the rule, so the major industry organizations. So there has been conversation between the department and those groups about interpretation of that guidance. And the department is prepared to address that in their presentation today. There's not necessarily agreement on interpretation of the core guidance, but they are prepared to address that. Is there any other discussion before we vote on the motion? Let me just note that I know Commissioner Carter, it appears, has been able to join us. I am not sure, I still don't see Commissioner Anderson. But Commissioner Carter, I assume it's appropriate before we take this vote to go back to you and ask you the conflict of interest question and just confirm that you have no conflicts for this meeting before we vote on this matter.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Yes, that's correct. And I apologize for being so late. My computer doesn't seem to like to work on cold mornings.
I'm sympathetic to your computer. So thank you very much. And if we are prepared to vote, I will. Is there any other comment? I'm sorry, did I see a hand before? All right, no hands. Let me then call the vote for the roll call. Commissioner Lazorek. And the motion again is to defer the wetlands agenda item. So Commissioner Lazorek.
No.
Commissioner Anderson, I believe, is still not on.
No, I'm on. I just joined right now. I missed the first 30 minutes, but I'm on now.
Oh, I'm sorry. So Commissioner Anderson, we are in the middle of a vote. So I assume that means you probably need to sit this out, but Mr. Reynolds, if you have any other advice?
I think simply restating the motion for Mr. Anderson's understanding so he can decide whether he'd like to abstain from the vote. But the motion, Commissioner Anderson, is whether to defer the action item on the permanent rules related to wetlands until the March meeting. There was a motion made by Commissioner Solomon and seconded by Commissioner Kelvington and the chair just called for the first vote of Dr. Lazoric. So that's where we're at now.
Having heard none of the discussion, I just offer no vote at all.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Commissioner Harada,
No.
Commissioner Bailey,
No.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis,
No.
Commissioner Derek Hake,
No.
Commissioner Duggan,
Yes.
Commissioner Harris,
No.
Commissioner Kelvington,
Yes.
Commissioner Keen,
Yes.
Commissioner McAdams,
No.
Commissioner Monist,
No.
Commissioner Solomon. Commissioner Solomon,
Yes, yes, defer. Sorry, I was on mute.
so I have 8 votes, 8 no votes, 5 votes in favor, and 1 commission member not participating. So the motion fails. So thank you all for that. And the item will remain on the agenda. And again, the commission can determine after hearing those presentations and discussion how they want to act on that agenda item. Let me just return for a moment to Commissioner Anderson. Just want to go through the step with you of confirming that you have no conflict of interest with respect to any items on the agenda today.
I have no conflict.
Okay, thank you. So let's return to the agenda and approval of the minutes. And you should have received links to both the September meeting minutes and the November draft meeting minutes. So is there any discussion, correction to the September 9th, 2021 minutes? I'm seeing no hands. If there are no corrections to the September minutes, is there a motion to approve those minutes?
This is Commissioner Bailey. I so move.
Second to the motion?
Commissioner Harris seconds the motion.
Thank you. So we have a motion to approve the September 9th, 2021 minutes, and we'll have to run through the roll call again. Commissioner Lazoric,
Approve.
Commissioner Anderson,
Approve.
Commissioner Arata,
Approve.
Commissioner Bailey,
Approve.
Commissioner Carter,
Approve.
Commissioner Davis,
Approve.
Commissioner Deerhake,
Approve.
Commissioner Duggan,
Approve.
Commissioner Harris,
Approve.
Commissioner Kelvington,
Approve.
Commissioner Keen,
Yes.
Commissioner McAdams,
Approve.
Commissioner Monist,
Yes.
and Commissioner Solomon.
Yes.
And so the November 18th, 2021 minutes, are there any comments or corrections on the draft minutes?
I would like to make a comment. I noticed that a few things were missing from the minutes. One thing I noticed, my concerns I raised concerning the iMac. I was just wondering if we could get an audio file sent out of the minutes just to see if there's anything that needs to be corrected.
I will have to defer to the staff to answer that question.
Madam Chair, this is Philip. I'm sorry to interrupt, but there is a audio recording of the November 18th meeting out, and the link is on the website.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that.
It's okay. No problem. It's a relatively new feature. So even though
Okay.
recordings are not, the linking the audio is. So
Okay, great, thank you.
And so I will say, given the availability of audio for our meetings, The minutes do not, it's clear the minutes do not record every question and response in the discussion. So I think the staff and the vice chair and others, Mr. Reynolds and I, have tried to make sure that these minutes are capturing the major part of the discussion, but we have not attempted to include all of the debate back and forth because we do have the audio files available. So does that satisfy your concern?
It does. It does. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other corrections or questions about the November minutes? If not, is there a motion to approve?
I move approval. Commissioner McAdams.
And is there a second to Commissioner McAdams' motion?
I'll second Commissioner Arata.
Thank you. So again, a quick vote on that motion. Commissioner Lazorek,
Approve.
Commissioner Anderson,
Approve.
Commissioner Arata, Commissioner Bailey,
Approve.
Commissioner Carter,
Approve.
Commissioner Davis,
Approve.
Commissioner Deerhake,
Yes.
Commissioner Duggan,
Approve.
Commissioner Harris,
Approve.
Commissioner Kelvington,
Approve.
Commissioner Keen,
Yes.
Commissioner McAdams,
Yes.
Commissioner Monist,
Yes.
and Commissioner Solomon.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And now to action items. And the first action item, I regret to say, in some ways, is election of a vice chair. And I just want to say, when I was initially appointed, one of the first things that outgoing Chair Myberg told me was that Commissioner Lazorek wanted to step away from the vice chair position because of additional professional responsibilities she'd taken on at ECU and the medical center. And he had prevailed on her to stay for a period of time. I prevailed on her to stay in that position through this meeting. And now I'm afraid we're going to have to honor her desires to give up the honor of serving as vice chair. And so the floor is open for nominations for vice chair. Commissioner Deerhake.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we all send our appreciation to Vice Chair Lazorek for her service this past year with Chair Myberg and with you as you became new chair and with the transition. We thank you very much, Dr. Lazorek. I'm pleased to nominate Commissioner Monist to be vice chair.
Madam Chair, do nominations need seconds?
I believe they do.
I hereby second.
Thank you. So we have a nomination of Commissioner Monist, second by Commissioner McAdams. Are there other nominations or any discussion? If not,
This is Commissioner Monist. I would just say it's some very smart shoes to fill, but I would be pleased to do it. And I've really enjoyed working with you all and would look forward to supporting the new chair.
I appreciate that. I think we're always totally prepared to dragoon people into doing things, whether they want to do it or not. But it's always nice to know people are willing. So I appreciate that.
And this is Suzanne Lazorek. Sorry.
Suzanne.
Yeah, also, Council Reynolds also let me know that, it normally is a 2-year term and my term had been up a bit ago. So it was time for either re-election or for a new vice chair. And I think we all benefit from sharing or passing on these leadership roles. And so I've been very honored to be in the position, but we have a number of people who could do it. And so I'm very thankful that Commissioner Monist is willing but it also would help some with my other responsibilities. I support this changeover.
So thank you. So is the commission prepared to vote, or are there other comments, discussion? If not, I will call the roll again. So Commissioner Monist has been nominated to serve as vice chair. Commissioner Lazoric,
Approve.
Commissioner Anderson,
Approve.
Commissioner Arata,
Approve.
Commissioner Bailey,
Approve.
Commissioner Carter,
Yes.
Commissioner Davis,
Yes.
Commissioner Deerhake,
Yes.
Commissioner Duggan,
Yes.
Commissioner Harris,
Yes.
Commissioner Kelvington,
Yes.
Commissioner Keen,
Yes.
Commissioner McAdams,
Yes, absolutely.
Commissioner Monist,
Yes, and thanks to all of you.
Commissioner Solomon.
Yes, of course.
So that takes us to agenda item 2202, which is request for approval of the hearing officer's report and adoption of permanent rules, discharges to federally non-jurisdictional wetlands and federally non-jurisdictional classified surface waters, and the rule amendments to 2H 1301, which is discharges to isolated wetlands and isolated waters. So I will initially call on hearing officer Commissioner Monist to introduce this action item.
Thank you very much, Chair Smith. And I'm really glad that we're going to get to hear the presentation. As we noted earlier, DEQ and DWR have been very responsive to stakeholder concerns throughout this process and are prepared to talk through both the process today and the more recent concerns and comments. You know, I remember I was thinking of the newer commissioners as we were preparing for this. And I remember when I was a new commissioner and having to jump into tough issues midstream, and it's challenging. Fortunately, Sue Homewood is very good at explaining the complexity of all of this. So I'm going to hand it over to her. But I did just want to note that I think federal confusion is going to be ongoing, and this is certainly not the last potential shift in the federal landscape on this issue. And so for me, that just reinforces the need for a clear state standard so that we can both protect wetlands appropriately and provide a stable environment for businesses, homes, agriculture, et cetera. That's my opinion, but I'm really looking forward to hearing the presentation and others' opinions. So I will hand it over to Sue Homewood for her presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Homewood. Are you prepared to begin your presentation?
I am. Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Wonderful. I'm going to try and share my screen and see if I get it successful on the first try. Was I successful? Is my screen showing?
Yes, thank you.
Great, thank you. The world of wetlands continues to challenge me and all of us. So here we are again, and I will do my best to answer questions that have arisen in the last week or two. As Mr. Reynolds indicated, there have been minor changes to the presentation, mostly just a reordering of slides so that we could talk about the items that have come up recently, and I did correct the error in the expiration date of the temporary rule. So if you looked at the presentation that was posted prior to a couple days ago, this will be very minor differences, again, mostly in the order that I present. But I am here to talk about the hearing officer's report and to request adoption of permanent rules, 02H 1401 through 1405, which are the federally non-jurisdictional wetlands permitting rules. So jumping right into the meat of the matter, we ended up here because of changes back in 2020 to the Clean Water Act federal jurisdiction for wetlands in certain landscape positions. And those of you who've been on the commission for the last year have heard me talk about these more times than I think all of us would like. But those changes in 2020 created a permitting gap. It did not change the definition of wetlands at the federal or the state level, did not change what was a wetland, it did not change the protections in North Carolina for those wetlands. It solely changed how the federal agency implemented the Clean Water Act, and therefore changed how permitting was happening under Section 404 of that Clean Water Act. So it created a gap where North Carolina didn't have a permitting mechanism to authorize impacts to those wetlands when the federal jurisdiction of the Section 404 authorization process disappeared. It took us a little bit of time, everyone included, including the federal agencies, a while to figure out what that meant to everybody across the nation, and it varied by state depending on what programs were in effect. Here in North Carolina, it identified that permitting gap. And once we did, the department moved as quickly as possible to propose temporary permitting rules. We brought those to the EMC last fall. We proposed temporary rules because this permitting gap was a big problem for the regulated community, whether that was agriculture, state and local agencies trying to build roads and schools, or development. So temporary rules provided for the fastest process to provide expedited relief, while the division continued the more detailed process of permanent rulemaking. So we did hear a lot from the community at that point in time. Temporary rulemaking didn't go easily, but the one good thing about it is we did get a good grasp of the situation. And we did hear many of the concerns early in the process. So we were able to address a lot of those concerns during the temporary rule process, making the permitting rule process hopefully a little smoother. The EMC did a draft permanent rules, or did approve draft permanent rules to go out to public notice and hearing back in September. So as it was mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, there have been continuous changes at the federal level since the Biden administration came into position. Upon coming into position, the administration announced they were going to once again revise the definitions of the water of the U.S. at the federal level. But the federal agencies announced that they were going to do this in sort of a two-step process. They were going back to rules prior to the 2020 navigable waters rules as sort of a temporary step while they worked on more permanent rules that they hoped would be more lasting. That process will take some time. That federal rulemaking process in and of itself takes time, and then the more effort that's made to satisfy everyone who's coming to the table will even take longer. But in the interim, back in August of 2021, a district court in Arizona vacated the 2020 Navigable Waters Protection Rule. EPA and the Corps of Engineers, the federal agencies, have initially released guidance on what that meant. They have continued to update that guidance as recently as a couple weeks ago. That current guidance, now the hearing officer, as was mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, that these draft rules were put out to public notice after the vacature, but only after one set of guidance was issued by the Corps of Engineers. There has been more recent information since the close of the public comment period and the drafting of this hearing officer's report. But that most recent guidance that was issued just a couple weeks ago is interpreted differently by different entities. The department has spoken directly with the Corps of Engineers in North Carolina to determine what that guidance means. And in that conversation with the Corps of Engineers, it was confirmed that a permitting gap still exists in North Carolina. Staff has talked to various industry representatives, various entities and organizations, individual developers, and consultants. The regulated community has different opinions about what the current guidance means. It is not clear as to how it applies to every possible situation out there. The guidance is specific as to how the Corps of Engineers will be moving forward in their actions. But it is silent on other situations. And as I said, the department has reached out to the North Carolina Corps of Engineers and spoken directly to them and identified that there is still a permitting gap at this time in North Carolina. It is narrowing. It has narrowed since the drafting of these permanent rules, but it does still exist.
Madam Chair, can I ask Ms. Humble a question? I'm trying to raise my hand and I don't see how to raise my hand here.
Yeah, yes, Commissioner Solomon.
Just for clarification, Sue, and you've been working hard on this and it is changing, but this changed in December and then you've asked for verbally for something in writing, but this is January 13th and we don't have anything in writing, correct? So this back and forth where the regulated community is interpreting different than the department, we don't have anything in writing from the Corps yet. Is that right? Just a verbal conversation with you and somebody at the Corps?
So the headquarters of the Army Corps of Engineers has issued their guidance on how the Army Corps of Engineers is implementing and taking action based on the current court situation of the vacatur. Our clarifications that we had discussions with, that has not been followed up with anything in writing. I will say that confusion on interpreting guidance and even rules in this entire process has been par for the course. Even when the 2020 Navigable Waters Rule was put into effect, it took months for the Corps of Engineers to clarify what it actually meant. Through this entire process, our goal has been providing certainty at the state level, regardless of that process at the federal level.
Understood. I was just trying to clarify. We don't have it in writing yet. So thank you.
So let me just add one thing to Ms. Homewood's response. There is written Corps guidance. And the issue is, I think at this point, that some people interpret the words on paper differently than others do. But so there is written Corps guidance. I think the department's interpretation of the guidance, and from my read of the guidance, it appears to me that there is still a gap because the Corps has indicated in writing that they do not intend to go back and revisit any jurisdictional determinations that they made prior to vacatur of the 2020 rule. And what that means is there will be no jurisdiction determinations that have already been made. The Corps will not revisit. And because they have determined previously no jurisdiction, that means no federal permitting requirement. So there is some small subset of developers in North Carolina who previously received a no jurisdiction determination from the Corps under the 2020 rule. And I guess my read of the guidance is consistent with that of the department's, which is that the Corps guidance clearly says the Corps will not revisit those determinations and will not require those folks to come back in for a re-review under the standards currently in place since the vacatur. And given that, they don't require a federal permit, and that leaves them in the position of needing, I guess the department's position is certainly that they would then need a state approval in order to proceed with their project. So there is writing. The question is whether everyone interprets the writing in the same way, but I would suggest that we let Ms. Homewood complete her presentation and then we'll come back to this at the end because I'm sure there will be other questions.
And I would like to ask them, but we'll let her finish. That's fine.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite
No,
understand.
you opened the door and I was gonna ask something about the number because I've asked throughout what the number is, and that's okay. She can answer that during her presentation.
And I think that may be in the presentation, but if not, yes, that's an excellent question. So thank you. So Ms. Homewood, if you will go ahead, and then I'm sure we will come back to this issue in the end.
Absolutely. And thank you for that good discussion. As I said, wetlands they continue to be very confusing. I will add that the staff at the division have spoken to various entities in the regulated community, and not everyone even in the regulated community agrees. So there are developers who believe that the written guidance means one thing, and there are developers that believe the written guidance means something different. So it's not just the department's interpretation. While we spoke to the Corps to feel confident in our interpretation, there is confusion amongst the entire regulated community. And while we may be hearing from some entities very strongly on their interpretation, there are other interpretations out there. And we've heard from various people. But all of this has come up in just the last few weeks. Having the holidays in the middle of that has made it seem like it's even a faster process. So regardless of all the recent and future actions that are occurring at the federal level, the numbers that we have available is that the Corps of Engineers identified approximately 300 wetlands in North Carolina while the 2020 Navigable Waters Protection Rule was in effect. They identified approximately 300 wetlands as federally non-jurisdictional. Now, some of those wetlands have been developed on once the temporary rules were put into place. We had a permitting mechanism, and some of those wetlands have been impacted under that mechanism. The temporary rules have a very generous deemed permitted thresholds. And what that means is there's a lot of sites that were able to conduct their business and their activities, whether it would be agriculture or roads or development, without coming to the state for approval because those temporary deemed permitted thresholds were generous. We have received approximately 20 applications to apply for permits under those temporary rules. And those are projects that were high enough that they got past that threshold of deemed permitted and they needed to come to the state. So we've issued about 15 of those permits. We have a few more applications in-house. And we don't know how many more are out there. Of the 300 identified, we don't have the ability to know which ones are proposed for a project, which developers are currently in what phase of their planning, what DOT roads might need to impact those in the next year or two. We just don't have the ability to reach out to everybody and say, if you got one of these approvals for a non-federally jurisdictional wetland, do you have any proposed plans to impact those? But we do know that there are, as I said, approximately 300, and that we have seen approximately 20 applications. We know staff is aware of many more that were under the deemed permitted thresholds. So as I said, we are proposing to finalize these permanent rules because the department feels it's important to provide regulatory certainty and a permitting pathway. Whether it's one project or 300 projects, for that project, having that permitting pathway is essential. Otherwise, there is no way to move forward with the project, or if there is a way to move forward by going back to the Corps of Engineers and asking them to revisit their determinations, that is a significant time to go through that process and potentially cost of money to have the consultants go back through that process with the Corps representing the developer or the local government. So to get that project moving. So these permitting rules, while the permitting gap has narrowed since we started this process with the temporary rule, the permitting gap has narrowed. It still exists, and that we want to provide that permitting pathway for those entities who have that, who've gone through the measures and the steps during the 2020 Navigable Waters Rule. So hopefully that gave a little bit of insight as to what's going on right now. I do want to get into the meat of what the rules, the permanent rules talk about and the public process for those. So these wetlands, those of you who've been on the commission probably recognize this slide. I keep bringing it up, but it is a good pictorial indication of what we're talking about. The 2020 Navigable Waters Protection Rule created this middle category highlighted in orange here of federally non-jurisdictional wetlands that were not isolated wetlands. The state of North Carolina already had permitting mechanisms in place for federally jurisdictional wetlands. We have permitting mechanism in place for isolated wetlands, and those are wetlands that don't have a direct connection to downstream waters. But the changes in 2020 created this middle category for which we didn't have a permitting mechanism. That again is that all that we are proposing is an ability for people to have these projects permitted and impact these non-jurisdictional wetlands. Again, we don't know the exact number, but there is a permitting gap. There are sites out there who will still, even with the current changes that have occurred since the Biden administration came in and since courts have taken action, there is still some set of wetlands in this category. And without these rules, they would be unable to go forward. So just a reminder of the timeline. Back in May is when the EMC adopted temporary rules, and those became effective at the end of May after going through the Rules Review Commission process. Back this summer, we brought draft permanent rules to the Water Quality Committee for approval to the EMC. We finished and got OSBM approval of a regulatory impact analysis. And in September, the EMC approved those draft public or permanent rules to go out to public notice and hearing. The division publicly noticed that at the end of September. It was noticed in the North Carolina Register from October to December was the comment period. We had a virtual public hearing on November 4th during that comment period. And now I'm here presenting the hearing officer's report about the comments that we received and amendments to the rules as a result of those comments. Should these rules be adopted today, they would go to the RRC later this month. We would submit them and they would be reviewed in February. And as was explained earlier, I apologize for the error in calculating the temporary rule expiration date. It was previously posted as February 22nd. I had the start date incorrect. The APA confuses me no matter how many times I work on it, but the actual expiration date is March 12th. If we don't have permanent rules adopted by the EMC by March 12th, then the temporary rules would expire and there would be no permitting rules in effect. So that's the impetus or importance of that date. So on to the public hearing and comments. As I said, we issued a public notice. The comment period was from October to December. Technically, DWR announced the rules on September 22nd. We started taking comments immediately. So the comment period closed December 4th. We had a virtual public hearing November 4th. 15 people registered to attend the public hearing and 8 people spoke at the hearing. Some of those speakers were speaking representing multiple organizations and entities. The 8 speakers were all in favor of adoption of the proposed rules. In addition, we received 13 written comments during the comment period. One of those comments was submitted on behalf of 20 other organizations, and one of the comments was a petition signed by over 750 citizens. The majority of the written comments were in favor of the adoption of the rules. We did receive 3 written comments that were opposed to the rules, and those comments were by entities that represented a larger group of people and other organizations. And we did receive some very specific comments requesting revisions to the proposed rules. All those comments are summarized in the hearing officer's report. Since we received a lot of comments of a similar nature, I did summarize them and reported on how many and who provided those comments. But if you wanted the exact language, all the comments were provided in Appendix 4. And we did propose some amendments to the the draft permanent rules from what they went out to notice. And those changes to the rules were highlighted in the draft text that was presented in the hearing, Appendix 6 of the hearing officer's report. So as I said, the majority of comments were in support of the proposed rules. I won't read all these bullet items. In general, the support and fell into a couple categories. One, wetlands are essential for the protection of North Carolina's water quality, flood resiliency, fisheries, tourism, agriculture, that these wetlands, although they are not federally jurisdictional, are still important features in North Carolina. They protect North Carolina's water quality. We received a lot of comments in support of addressing the permitting gap. And what's unique about these comments, and this is also something that we saw in the temporary rule, is that we received comments in favor of these rules, both from the regulated community and from the environmental community. All entities were in support of addressing the permitting gap, which is the main impetus of these rules. So there were the majority of comments in support, and those are all detailed in the hearing officer's report. We did receive comments opposed to the rules. And as I mentioned before, since we went through this temporary rule process, we have addressed the majority of these comments previously during the temporary rule process. So I won't reiterate everything that goes into these. There were questions again about whether the EMC has the authority to adopt these rules, and that was talked about during the temporary rule process. The EMC does have the authority that's been solidified in interpretive rulings and session laws. That is all detailed in the hearing officer's report. The RRC approved the temporary rules. Again, identifying that the EMC has the authority for these rules. There was a question about the need for a definition for isolated wetlands. We went in through that issue a lot in the temporary rules, so I won't revisit that in detail, but it is provided in the hearing officer's report. And one new comment that came up that we didn't talk about during the temporary rule was a question about whether these rules were needed because of changes that were made to the definition of wetlands in 2B0202 during the rules readoption process. And there was a question whether that rules readoption process was done appropriately. And the division has gone back and revisited that. That process was done appropriately and consistent with the APA. Those rules were approved by the RRC. More detailed response, basically that definition was, language in that definition was modified to keep the status quo. And that was based on information provided from an interpretive ruling and a DOJ opinion, advisory opinion. Basically, that definition had been in place since 1996, and when it was readopted in the 2017-2019 rules readoption process, we were bringing it into compliance with those advisory opinions and that interpretive ruling. So we were making changes to that definition in accordance with regulations and interpretations or opinions and rulings that had occurred since that was originally written. But all that is detailed in the hearing officer's report. So as I said, there were some requests for some changes to specific language in the rules. In addition, in going through these rules for probably the 50th time, we did identify a couple typographical errors and some errors in terminology. So we did modify those, even though those aren't based on a specific comment. And these are just two examples. There was a location where I had intended to change the word property to applicant. And when I added applicant, I forgot to remove property. So I realized that and removed it at this time. Much of the text of these rules came from our 401 certification process, although these are permits, not certifications. And I realized there were locations within this rule that I didn't correct that terminology. None of those are significant, but I did want to make you aware that we found some typographical errors and some terminology errors and corrected those while we could. And that's throughout, I think each rule had one or two locations where that happened. We received a request to increase the deemed permitted thresholds for wetlands to be consistent with for these wetland deemed permitted thresholds to be consistent with the isolated wetland rules. And we talked about that a lot. I talked about that in the presentation of these draft permanent rules. During the temporary rulemaking process, we heard from a significant number of commenters that they were in favor of adopting temporary rules, but when the permanent rules came into effect, the deemed permitted threshold should be lowered. We based that change on that comment period through the temporary rule, on additional information that we had been able to gather during the permanent rulemaking process, and on information that we were able to see based on the regulatory impact analysis. So we did not propose any changes in these rules to the deemed permitted thresholds. We did receive a comment regarding the types of impacts these rules were drafted to allow for. These rules use the term discharges and use the term impacts throughout them. Discharges is a more conservative word to use. It specifically speaks to putting something in the wetlands. Impacts is more generous. It talks about just altering the wetlands in some way, whether that be altering the hydrology by draining them or flooding them, not actually putting fill or dirt into them. And so someone pointed out that impact would be the appropriate way to use it. Discharges is too confining. There are instances where someone wants to alter a wetland, but it's not necessarily a discharge. So we did go back and try and make that terminology consistent, since both were used in these rules. And in looking at consistency, we used the more generous word of impacts. Doesn't change where these rules would apply. It just allows more actions to be covered by these rules. So allows for these rules to cover more activities. We received a request that the agency consider lowering the deemed permitted thresholds for impacts to very significant wetlands. And these are wetlands that are classified as unique, or wetlands that are adjacent to very special water bodies at high quality or outstanding resource waters. Our intent all along was to have these rules be consistent with the 401 certification rules for jurisdictional wetlands. But in drafting them, inadvertently left out this lower deemed permitted threshold for these types of wetlands. So all of our other wetland programs have this caveat that there are deemed permitted thresholds unless you are working in one of these very significant unique wetlands, and then a permit is automatically required. Doesn't prevent a project from going forward. It just says that these very specific, significantly rare wetlands, we need to look at that before approving the permit, that there shouldn't be any that are deemed permitted. So we added this back in to keep it consistent with with the 401 certification program. It should impact a very small number, if any at all, of these wetlands. In the same vein, we had a request to require mitigation to be in the same watershed as opposed to the same river basin. We looked at that and we realized in looking at that, again, staff did not carry over all the, to be consistent with the 401 rules, all the requirements for mitigation. So in general, mitigation will remain required in the same river basin, but we were proposing that for, again, those very specific, very unique wetlands, that in those cases, mitigation occur in the same watershed. And that is consistent with the 401 program. Again, we're not even sure if there are any of these out there. If there are, there should be very, very few. And it does not prevent the project from going forward. It just holds them to a slightly higher set of criteria because they're such unique and significant wetlands. So that's all the specific changes to the rule text themselves. I just want to reiterate that our timeline for this is that with the corrected date, the temporary rules will expire March 12th. There is still a need for these rules. The department has done as much investigation as possible. We have talked to various entities, most importantly, directly to the Corps of Engineers. A permitting gap does still exist, albeit narrower than we had identified at the beginning of this process. It is still there. Without these rules, there are wetlands out there who may not have the ability to be impacted for whatever reason somebody would choose to impact them. We need these rules available so that the division can authorize those impacts. And I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Homewood. And I'll just ask before taking questions from commissioners if Commissioner Monis, as hearing officer, has anything to add before we take questions.
I don't think so. I hope that this, clarified some things for folks. And like I said, this is wetlands is an ever-changing landscape. There's always going to be some shifts at the federal level, and I think maintaining an even, status quo at the state level makes a lot of sense.
So questions from commission members, and I'm going to apologize in advance if I'm slow recognizing you. It's a little bit difficult to see people on the screen. So Commissioner McAdams.
Okay, thank you, Chair Smith. Ms. Homewood, thank you for all your work on this issue and for this excellent presentation. I'd like to focus on the deemed permitted matter here, which I think perhaps is very important to the regulated community. As memory serves, in the temporary rules that are now in place, there is a 50%, half an acre threshold on the deemed permitted. And now with the, in response to inputs from a number of other parties in the permanent rules, it's proposed to be 1/10 of an acre. I do think that that threshold is at the center of the concern about these impending regulations. I wonder this, before the removal of the federal jurisdiction on these isolated wetlands, there was an amount of land below which a permit was not required. My understanding is that would have been a nationwide permit, a federal nationwide permit. What amount of disturbance was allowed without a permit under the federal jurisdiction of these wetlands?
That's a good question. So the nationwide permits are activity specific. So the threshold depends on exactly what you're doing. In general, and it's not 100% across the board for everything, but in general, 1/10 of an acre is the threshold that is used by the Corps of Engineers and by the state of North Carolina as a deemed authorized threshold. There are some exceptions, like I said, if it's a very unique wetland, there are some other triggers if you're working in a buffer area, but if you take just the majority of the threshold permits, the threshold is 1/10 of an acre. And that was a lot of the reasoning for this threshold. We wanted to be consistent. These were wetlands that were jurisdictional prior to the 2020 navigable water rules. We wanted to just give them a similar, consistent permitting mechanism and have those thresholds at the same level. So that 1/10 of an acre was chosen to be consistent with that nationwide permitting program.
I thank you for that.
Is that Commissioner Lazorek?
Thank you. I just have a question about timeline, because I saw that if we take this action today, the rules go to RRC in order to be enacted prior to the expiration of the temporary rule. If we put this off to the March meeting, is there still time? Like what happens with that in terms of having to go to RRC with the time for the expiration of the temporary rule?
Good question. What the APA says is that temporary rules expire 270 days from when they're published in the register, which was where I got my dates wrong, unless the commission takes action to adopt permanent rules. So if the commission adopts by March 12th and we are able to file with the RRC by that March 12th, The temporary rules stay in effect while the RRC goes through their final process. So it will extend that expiration date through the RRC process, and the temporary rules can stay there. If this commission doesn't adopt permanent rules and file them with the RRC by March 12th, then the temporary rules will expire.
Other questions?
Chairman Smith, this is Pat
Yes,
Harris.
Commissioner Kelvington, I'm sorry.
Yes. Yeah, just Miss Commissioner Harris want to go first, or? Okay. Yes, so I just had a few questions. So have you requested from the Corps to get in writing that there is a permitting gap? I mean, I feel like for certain we need to have in writing that there is truly a permitting gap.
Not to my knowledge, not in writing. Everything has been at a whirlwind pace right now, so we were happy to be able to at least discuss it with them in the last few days.
So if we were to delay this vote until March, could you, and during that period of time, get something in writing from the Corps that there is truly a permitting gap?
The department could request what we receive. I can't guarantee what the Corps will provide to us. I believe we could request something.
And also, so you mentioned there's 300 wetlands that would be affected by this. Do you have a mechanism to reach out to those, the owners of those wetlands to see how, if they truly need this, if this permitting rules are truly needed for them? I mean, is there a mechanism to reach out to them?
We do not. The Corps of Engineers does not release the information about where they are and who the owners are. We just have the ability to get off of their website. They publish how that they are taking these actions, but they don't provide specific enough information that we could contact anybody. And
Right.
They don't share that. We cannot ask for that. They will not share that. They consider that the owner's documentation, and it's up to the owner whether they want to share it with other entities. So we can't even ask for it.
Okay, but so the comments that we received recently, I have not received any emails or comments from the regulated community that there's a need for this. And this whole permitting rules are set up because there's a need for the regulated community to have certainty. Do you have any comments received from those owners of those 300 wetlands that they truly need this?
We do not have any official comments. I think that the problem is the owners, the regulated community isn't aware that the department's not proceeding with these. They don't see the need to reach out to us because they see that we're proposing permanent rules and moving forward with permanent rules. The majority of them are unaware that there is concern that these rules may not be adopted. So they have no reason to reach out to us. They see us moving forward as they need us to.
So could we have a period of time where that they, between now and the March meeting, to allow them to provide comment, make them aware that they need to reach out to the commission, that there is a need for these permit rules?
I think that's something we'd have to go back to management and talk about how and whether we can accomplish that goal.
Madam Chair, this is Philip. May I interject just for a moment, please?
Yes, Mr. Reynolds.
So, I apologize. I normally don't interject in these types of discussions, but I just wanted to remind the commission that in adopting the temporary rules, there was significant support from the regulated community, both at the time the EMC adopted the temporary rules, as well as at the time the temporary rules and the waiver request went before the RRC. There was a significant amount of support and comments that came through the regulated communities. I just wanted to say the comments you've seen for the permanent rules aren't the full extent of what you've seen. So, and remind the commission that for these permanent rules, the public comment period is closed. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Let me just add one thing. So going back to the question about the Corps guidance and whether the Corps will issue a written opinion on whether there is a state permitting gap, I think that is unlikely. What the Corps does normally is provide written guidance on the extent of the Corps' jurisdiction. Just from past experience, I expect it would be very unlikely that the Corps would venture into an opinion on how state law then applies, given the Corps' decision making. As I mentioned earlier, it appears that the difference of opinion has to do with the fact that the Corps guidance that was released says the Corps will apply its current rule. So since the vacature of the 2020 Trump administration rule, the Corps has gone back essentially to the pre-existing standard for federal jurisdiction. And the Corps has indicated in its guidance that it will apply that pre-existing rule, the old rule, to any new permit applications submitted to the Corps and to any pending permit applications. The guidance, however, also goes on to say, however, that the Corps will not revisit jurisdiction determinations that were made under the 2020 Trump administration rule. The result of that is that anyone who received a no jurisdiction determination under the 2020 rule is under no obligation to get a federal permit, because the no jurisdiction determination is a determination that no federal permit is required. That it's that group of people that is being described in the 300 North Carolina sites. So the information from the Corps has been there were approximately 300, perhaps just over 300, no jurisdiction determinations issued in North Carolina under the 2020 Trump administration rule. And the guidance document put out by the Corps indicates the Corps will not revisit those. Now, if those property owners chose to, for some reason, ask the Corps to voluntarily to revisit those determinations, the Corps would do that under the current standard, not under the 2020 rule. But the 300 sites that the department has described are sites where the property owner or developer has already received a determination by the Corps of no jurisdiction and therefore no federal permit requirement under the 2020 Trump rule. So that's the state of the guidance at this point. I think it is unlikely the Corps will go the next step and try to interpret state law in the context of that guidance. But so for what that is worth, and I believe, and let me get back to the folks who had raised hands. I believe Commissioner Deerhake, I believe you had raised your hand earlier. I see Commissioner Solomon. So let's go to Commissioner Deerhake if I'm correct on that. Did you have a question?
No question, but I will comment that this package and the prior temporary rule package did spend a great deal of time in the Water Quality Committee to make sure that it was in good condition to take to public notice. Ms. Homewood knows that we asked her to come back more than once before we made our decision. So this has been through extensive review and consideration by commission members, not only those that are here now, but some previous ones as well, that were very knowledgeable in this subject matter. So we are bringing this through the process, knowing that the Water Quality Committee has given it careful attention and thought before proceeding with it. So we, as a committee, supported it going to public comment. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Commissioner Solomon? I believe you may be muted.
when we took these to public comment, we did the temporary rules, we took these to public comment, we said all along we wanted to get comment and then move on them when they got back. And we have made some changes based on the public comment. But to go to the earlier conversation about the people that have commented and complained or not complained, all of that was done before the December ruling by the Corps and the subsequent comments. And I guess where I'm sitting now is part of what I hear Ms. Homewood saying is we need to do this now to eliminate uncertainty. I think some more time would help iron out some of the uncertainty because things have changed in the last couple of weeks. And I've heard people for and against say, you know, this has happened here at Christmas. It's not been that long. It's been hard. I think the lack of specific knowledge is creating the uncertainty, not tethering or untethering from the feds. So I would say this, I think we have the ability, not, and I'm not going to make a motion to this thing, but we have the ability to get additional comments at this point. The EMC can open this up for a week for just comments and see what people think post December, because we do have the stake that the regulated community is as a mass in the last 48 hours has been against this. And I think it would benefit us to not guess at what the regulated community thinks, but to open it up or listen to what they're saying now, not what they said back before December, which is what the hearing officer's report is based on. So I just want to make that clarification in comments. I don't think we can hang everything on what happened before December on what is happening now. And we have to adapt to what the uncertainty is now caused by what's happened in December. And I just think having a little bit more time to let the regulated community and the state and maybe even the Corps have some additional conversations and put some things in writing, I think that will get us to a better statewide solution and permanent rules. So again, that's why I continue to say, let's at least buy a little bit of time because we have it. So I'll stop with that.
Thank you for that comment. Are there other questions for Ms. Homewood? Commissioner Harris.
Thank you. Just a few. First of all, when we talk about the, I guess the AJD part of the hearing officer's report, we talk about 300 wetlands. Do we have any kind of acreage on that? So I know what the scale of this, are we talking 1/10 of an acre? I know the Corps has this information. They can report in aggregate. I just was curious, do we have any feel for what that group of wetlands, what that size is? Because even in the Water Quality Committee meetings in the early days, it was hard to kind of see what this universe was. So that's my first question.
Commissioner Harris, we do not have that data down to the acreage of these individual wetlands. We also don't have the ability, even if we knew the acreage of each one of these wetlands, we don't have the ability to know whether 10 small wetlands on one project might be impacted versus one big wetland. I will say that data that we have, that we incorporated into the regulatory impact analysis and previous presentations, is that the majority of wetlands in North Carolina are small wetlands. We tend to have a lot, the coast is the exception, but in general, we have a lot of very small wetlands. Cumulatively, those can still have the same positive effects in North Carolina's environment and protection ability and water quality protections.
Follow-up, well, it's not really a follow-up, but a different type of question. When we heard all of this last year and moved through the temporary rule, started the permanent rule, as everyone has said, the federal front has changed quite a bit. So I just wanted to make sure I understand this decision by the U.S. District Court in Arizona. And as I understand this, so you please correct me, but we've gone back to the 1986 rule on the federal front. Does that rule define isolated wetlands and isolated waters?
The vacatur itself just vacated the navigable waters permitting rule. The Corps of Engineers and EPA have interpreted that to mean that moving forward, they will use the pre-2015 jurisdictional determinations Those did include what's called the Rapanos information regarding a significant wetlands or a significant nexus. And so, oversimplifying the entire process, we're back to having federally jurisdictional wetlands and isolated wetlands. So they are currently using a set of regulations to identify isolated wetlands as not being jurisdictional by the Corps.
Okay, and so make sure I understand this. So under the 1986 rule, and not including those 300 wetlands under the AJD, is it correct that there's still a group of isolated wetlands not covered? Am I under?
So the
Outside of the state rule.
Yeah. The 1986 rule didn't have isolated wetlands. Those came in as part of a court case called the Swank decision in 2001. Don't quote me on that date. We currently have the Corps of Engineers identifying wetlands as either jurisdictional or isolated. And in North Carolina, we have permitting regulations for jurisdictional wetlands, our 0500, and we have permitting regulations that can cover those isolated wetlands. Those are the section 2H 1300 rules. So,
okay, so new and pending coming in as of today, unless we get this permanent rule in place and pretend there's not a temporary rule, there is no mechanism to permit that small group of wetlands. Am I following this correctly?
That is correct. There is a subset of wetlands that there were approximately 300 identified by the Corps. Some subset of those who want to move forward with a project based on that jurisdiction, if they came to the state and said, we have a project, we want to impact these wetlands that are 2020 AJD called non-jurisdictional, we would need these rules to be able to authorize them.
So they would come in under a 404, basically. No? Okay.
404 is jurisdictional. Yeah, they would just come to the state. Yes.
Okay. And then anything new outside of this 300, would they come in under a 401 and 404?
Yes, or an isolated wetland permit. So.
Or an isolated wetland. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman?
I'm sorry, I have Commissioner Calvington first and then from there. So Commissioner Calvington.
Commissioner Chairman Smith, I've been raising my hand too. This is Yvonne Bailey.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You can let her go first.
I unfortunately cannot see everyone at one time, which is making this more difficult. So Commissioner Bailey, Commissioner Calvington.
Thank you for recognizing me. And I understand completely how difficult it is to figure out who's raising their hand. And I'm really just following up on what I think Commissioner Harris was pointing out. So prior to the 2020 NWPR rule, we didn't need this state permitting program, is what I get out of it, that these wetlands were all covered. And what I'm trying to understand is that going forward, so I understand that we have the 300 sites more or less, and if somebody hasn't, and these sites receive non-jurisdictional determinations within a certain period of time, and some of these people may have started construction. And up until our permanent rules, our temporary rules in May of 2021, there was a gap between June 22, 2020, when the Trump rule was issued, and May 28, when our temporary rules came out. So there's that gap. So some people could have gone ahead and started construction. So there's that group. There's a group that didn't start construction. And if they start now, they'd be subject to the temporary and possibly the permanent rule. And so what I'm trying to understand is, this rule wasn't necessary before June 2020, So is it going to change some sites? In other words, is it some kind of an extra layer of regulation for sites that wouldn't have were jurisdictional in 2020. I don't know if that's clear, but I'm just trying to understand. There's this gap of 300 sites, but that's a special case, and it's only for this one period of time. So we didn't need this rule before 2020, but what impact is it going to have going forward? And I'm not talking about those 300 instances.
I'll see if I understood correctly. This rule will not add any layer of regulation or permitting to any wetland in North Carolina. This rule will only be in place where one of our other permitting regulations, it doesn't fit under one of our other permitting regulations. It's not in addition, it's in replace of. So while these wetlands were jurisdictional and they went through a jurisdictional federal and state permitting process, when they became non-jurisdictional, we just shifted them to another column. The process was identical. It wasn't in addition, it was just instead of. Moving forward, these won't be, as things stand today, these won't be needed for any future projects. So the best way to explain it is these are not in addition to anything else. They are in place of another set and they are practically identical. So you either took path A or path B and they both looked the same and got you to the same point. Did that clarify or did I misunderstand your question?
I think that helps. So it still sounds like they really, do they apply to anything outside of those 300 sites that received the non-jurisdictional determinations between 2020 and 21?
Not at this time, not as the current federal agencies are regulating waters of the US. This will only apply to those sites that got their jurisdictional determinations during that 2020 rule.
Thank you.
And I'll just add to that. Of course, at the moment, the circumstances are there is a vacature of the 2020 rule. There's a proposed but not final new federal rule. So at the federal level, this is still somewhat in a state of flux. But as Ms. Homewood said, the proposed permanent rule would not layer on top of either existing state rules or federal rules. So it would adjust if there were future changes in federal rules that affected jurisdiction, the rule adjusts accordingly. Commissioner Kelvington.
Sorry, excuse me. Yes, I just had a couple questions. Okay, so so if someone that was in that fell into the permitting gap, if they wanted to get a permit and they went to the Corps of Engineers, could they get a permit through them? Would they allow them to get a permit through that process?
Yes, they would have to back up a step and start with getting their site redelineated under the new jurisdiction or the pre-2015. So they would have to go back to the Corps, back up a step and sort of start over. That can take time. And the other factor is that the Corps of Engineers requires more mitigation than these state rules do. So if they went back to the Corps and said voluntarily they choose to get this re-identified under the new rules and permitted by the Corps, it would take more time and cost more money for them to do that, but it is an option.
Okay, and so, and the other question I have is, so it appears based on the written communication from the federal government that they are not going to recognize those 300 wetlands previous jurisdiction. So, and they are going to may make them go through that process anyway. So it doesn't seem like we want to, you know, we may be harming a small portion of the regulated community, but it could have a big, you know, if we move forward with these rules, what's to say that in the future that the federal government makes one determination that the state doesn't agree with, would you then be applying the state rules onto those wetlands?
The way these rules are stated is that they apply to wetlands that the Corps of Engineers has identified as a wetland, but has said they don't fall under Section 404 jurisdiction. So the state doesn't have the ability to take these rules and apply them where they choose to. We can only apply them as they are written, which says it is a wetland. The Corps of Engineers says it's a wetland, but it's not a jurisdictional wetland. And moving forward, we don't have any of those anymore. We only have this subset of the ones that happened in the past. The guidance that the Corps has issued, as Chair Smith said, it is clear that if someone is required to come to the Corps will not honor those original or those 2020 jurisdictional determinations. But if the person does not have a need to go to the Corps, then that doesn't come into effect. They still have a piece of paper that says they have wetlands on their property that do not have federal jurisdiction. So they have no reason to go to the Corps. The guidance says, if somebody comes to us, this is what the Corps' guidance says. If somebody comes to the Corps, this is what the Corps is going to do. It does not say that they're going to go out and tell all those people they do have to come to the Corps. And that's where the discrepancy has been in the understanding of that guidance, in the interpretation.
So is there a way to narrow the permitting rules so we just specify just those 300 wetlands that are affected, the time range that they received those JDs, and just limit it just to those particular wetlands, no other and make it clear that it applies to no other wetlands in the state?
I believe that they're drafted that way already. I'm not sure what we could add at this point in the process that would provide further clarification.
So where in the rules where in the draft rules can you pull up where that would, which show only limit to those? Is it, can you?
Yeah, it's in the 1401, the applicability, where it says that these rules apply to wetlands that are identified by the Corps of Engineers to not be jurisdictional and to not be isolated wetlands. So it already narrows the scope of where these rules apply to just those wetlands, which don't exist moving forward because the Corps has gone back to pre-2015 procedure.
So can we just put the dates that the Corps made those decisions? So put the dates it applies and then put the dates that those decisions were made between.
I believe the commission can amend these rules further. What you have in front of you is what the staff have drafted and the hearing officer has proposed amendments based on public comment. I think if the commission wanted to do anything else, it would be within your authority. It would have to go through the Rules Review Commission to ensure that they'll review everything, whether it was put in from the beginning or put in at the last minute. The Rules Review Commission will have to review all the text.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And let me just canvass here. I believe Commissioner Solomon had raised his hand before. If you'll hold just a second, let me take a look. Is there anyone else so Commissioner Duggan, anyone other than Commissioner Duggan at this point?
Commissioner,
question?
Madam Chair, I'm going to save my comments during the rest of this process in the voting procedure.
And who did I just hear from?
Commissioner Keen. Thank you.
Commissioner Keen. Okay, thank you.
And this is, just quickly, this is Commissioner Monis. I'm happy to offer a motion whenever folks are done asking Sue Homewood their questions.
Okay. So Commissioner Solomon, Commissioner Duggan, and I will say I think it's at this point appropriate to stay with questions. When there's a motion, we'll have additional opportunity for debate. So Commissioner Solomon.
And to follow up on Commissioner Covington's line of questions, because looking at specific language, and this may be, I don't know if it is or not, but it could be more uncertainty. We're trying to reduce uncertainty. To have that language tightened up, as Commissioner Covington said, may reduce future uncertainty. Because Ms. Homewood, it sounds like if the feds change their policy or court changes, then these rules apply to more things, and there's no notice to the regulated community that the game has changed. But I guess my question would be, what is the, if we don't restrict these tighter and make it clear, what going future, if things come back into play again, how does the regulated community know it's back in play? That's my question, if we don't tighten the language.
Certainly the division has the ability at any time that regulations change or there are changes to procedures to notify the regulated community through our public notice process. We can always issue a public notice to make people aware of something. With regards to whether the rules should be reevaluated, as you know, the General Assembly mandated that every agency review all their regulations on a regular schedule. That's a 10-year schedule. The rest of the state wetland permitting rules went through that process a couple of years ago and were readopted in 2019. So they're on a schedule to be re-evaluated. And that rules readoption process requires a review and to determine whether they're still needed. That's, one of the major questions of that process. Are they still necessary? If so, do they need changes? This set of rules would be incorporated with those wetland rules that we have. We would want to do them all as one package. That's just over 7 years from now that we would be able to ask these questions at that time and completely reevaluate the need for these rules or the need for changes based on the status of current regulations at that time. So there is a process in place. Those of us who've been doing rules for a long time, we're used to rules getting on the books and staying there forever and nobody looking at them again. But the General Assembly has changed that for us. And so we do have that opportunity in a short period of time as far as rules go, about 7 years from now, which probably backing up from that, we'd be starting a stakeholder process in probably 6 years from now for all the wetland rules.
Thank you.
Commissioner Duggan.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Homewood, I got a question regarding the 300 that are impacted. What if a owner of this wetland had received his determination from the Army Corps and based upon that determination had proceeded forward with some type of project and creating some impact that was determined not to be jurisdictional under this gap, but began to actually take steps to develop or impact those wetlands. Those specific of those 300, what then would happen to, would the state then go in and say, okay, you've got to stop everything you're doing based upon these new rules and come back to us and get a permit?
No, the state would not do that. So our rules are in effect right now. Temporary rules are in effect. People can continue to operate under those temporary rules. So if someone started tomorrow, there are temporary rules they would be operating under, and they would be in compliance with those rules. What we're trying to ensure is that when those temporary rules expire, there is still a set of rules that they can operate under. Without those rules, if we do not have permanent rules, if they went and impacted wetlands that the Corps of Engineers determined weren't jurisdictional, they would be doing it out of compliance with state rules, because state rules say wetlands are waters of the state, and if you want to impact waters of the state, you must fall under one of our permitting programs. That is why the agency believes these rules are necessary, so those people can continue with their project. We're not going to look at anything that's already happened. They're happening right now under the temporary rules. Those are still in effect. These permanent rules are because those temporary rules have an end date. They have an expiration, and we want people to be able to continue forward, those 300 wetlands, to be able to continue forward with their proposed plans.
So would any project that's currently under the temporary rules, are they going to have some type of impact then if the permanent rules go in place where they have to come back even after they started their project?
If they started their action under the temporary rules and they are in compliance with the temporary rules, we have no reason to revisit those. Those temporary rules are still in effect, and someone today can start operating under those temporary rules.
Thank you.
Were there any other questions? Commissioner McAdams, did I see your hand? Perhaps not.
No,
Madam
thank you, Chair. But I will speak upon a motion, but no questions. Thank you.
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, this is Commissioner Carter. I have a couple questions, and a couple of comments.
Okay, Commissioner Carter.
Some of what I've heard. Let me go back to one basic thing with Ms. Homewood. In your presentation, you mentioned that the thresholds, I forgot exactly how you described it, but they were fairly generous or whatever, and so that there were a number of types or a number of projects that would have not been swept into the system under the temporary rule because of those thresholds, where the thresholds were set. But am I not correct that the thresholds have been lowered significantly in the permanent rules? So now you would be sweeping in potentially a significant number of projects that would not have been subject to permitting under the temporary rule.
That is correct. The deemed permitted thresholds in these permanent rules are consistent with the 401 certification rules, so they are less than what is in the temporary rule.
Is that the reason it was changed from the temporary rule? Because I think we were perfectly fine with the temporary rule thresholds when we adopted those rules.
As I discussed when I brought the draft permanent rules to both the Water Quality Committee and the EMC prior to going out to public notice, that as we moved forward with temporary rules, we heard from a significant number of commenters that the thresholds in the temporary rules were too high. We also continued to do our own research as to what kind of impact this had at the state level, and the regulatory impact analysis provided more in-depth analysis of what thresholds would be appropriate to maintain status quo with the wetland program overall. So we did go into depth as to why we were lowering those thresholds when we brought the draft rules before the commission prior to going out to public notice. And that was informed on all the information we had gathered through the temporary rule process and through the stakeholder process of the permanent rules.
Okay. Now, and I believe you said, and I want to make sure I heard you correctly on this, that for facilities that or for projects that had gotten a judicial term or a jurisdictional determination under the 2020 rules, the Corps would not go back and revisit those. But if there was someone with such a determination and they were concerned about it, they certainly could go to the Corps now and request a new delineation to determine whether or not they were now subject under the pre-existing rule, the rules that pre-existed 2020, correct?
That is correct. They can voluntarily choose to go to the Corps and get their site reevaluated at any time. And the Corps will consider that. And that's what the guidance the Corps has issued speaks to, is what the Corps will do when someone approaches them in the future. But there is no mandate. The Corps of Engineers has not contacted all those people and required them to go back. So the document in hand that they have is still valid, but they can choose to reevaluate it.
Right. The burden would be on them. And in the event that the Corps then determined under the pre-existing rules that they were subject to jurisdiction, they would then come under the 404 program, and including those aspects that North Carolina administers, and administered pre-2020, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So they're not stuck without an option or an avenue to get their project approved. They would have to jump through some additional hoops, though. correct?
That is correct. Yes.
All right. Now, and I guess I would make, well, the one further point, there's been some comments about the fact of what we've been through, both going all the way back to the temporary rules and so on. I voted in favor of the temporary rules for precisely the reasons that were described earlier, that there were clearly some significant concerns that had been expressed to us by folks who were said, look, I can't do my project now. But I think we need to recognize that that situation is completely different now with the court action that took place recently. And again, remember that the court action has only taken place within the last month or so, well after the close of the public comment period, and well after the Water Quality Committee had a chance to do anything about it. I mean, we've never considered any of that at the Water Quality Committee because it simply hadn't occurred. So I think we need to recognize that we're in a very, very different situation than we were last March, or even pre-court decision earlier this fall. Thank you.
Chair Smith, is it time for me to make a motion?
Yes,
Well,
I was about to come back to you, Commissioner Monist.
Okay. So I would like to move that we approve the hearing officer's report and adopt the proposed rules 15A NCAC 02H section 1400 impacts to federally non-jurisdictional wetlands and federally non-jurisdictional classified surface waters 0.1401 through 0.1405 with recommended changes and rule amendments to 15A NCAC 02H 0.1301 discharges to isolated wetlands and isolated waters, purpose and scope.
Is there a second to that motion?
Marion Deerhake on the second.
Thank you. Is there discussion on the motion?
Chair Smith, I'd just like to say that, yes, the federal situation does continue to change. For me, that's all the more reason why we should have a stable state situation. So that's my opinion on this, but I'm very interested to hear the opinions of my other colleagues.
Chair Smith, it's Commissioner Arata.
Commissioner Arata.
Yep, sorry, I had a question for Sue Homewood. I just couldn't get it out there beforehand, if it's okay to ask her.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Back when we were talking about the temporary rules, the clarification had been made that the process that the state required was less onerous than what the federal government had previously required under the pre-2015 rules. Has that changed at all in what we're looking at today?
The process to apply for approval by the state for any of these wetlands, whether it's jurisdictional, non-jurisdictional, or isolated, the process remains exactly the same. And in general, for the most part, matches the federal process. We have some less onerous requirements, such as our mitigation requirements.
Commissioner Bailey.
Yes, thank you for recognizing me. So what I'm getting out of this, I think, is that this group of 300 that received a federally non-jurisdiction determination, if they had gone in before the 2020 rule, they would have had to have gone through the state process also. They still would have had the state two-part process, is what I'm getting out of this. So in some ways, it seems like what you're saying is they don't have to go back for a new jurisdictional determination. And that involves the regulated party hiring a consultant to do the delineation. The Corps doesn't do those delineations. They just approve the delineation that you've spent money on. So why would you go back for a second jurisdictional determination? So all they have to do now is go through one more step at the state level that they would have had to have done anyway before the 2020. That's what I'm wondering about.
That is accurate, Commissioner Bailey.
Commissioner Bailey, I'll just add to that, and I'll ask Ms. Homewood to also respond to my comment. Just to clarify, if the Corps had found jurisdiction under the pre-2020 rule, the projects would have gone through the 404 permitting process. There would not have been a separate state permit. There would have been a state review of a 401 certification.
Okay.
So it would not have been a two-step permitting, but it would have been a state review for a 401 certification associated with the core 404 permit.
Thank you, Chair Smith. That better clarifies my question. So now these sites would be getting they wouldn't go through the full 404 process. They would just be getting a state permit.
That's correct. So there would be
Yeah.
no 404 permit and no 401 certification. It would be simply the state permit.
Right. And the 401 certification would hopefully address many of the same things that the state permit does.
Yes, we have strived to keep all the programs as consistent as absolutely possible so that the regulated community is going through the same process. We're just covering it under a specific set of regulations based on what they have out there.
And then I also looked at the draft, and it talks about, it seems to apply to federally wetlands that are non-jurisdictional wetlands. And so it could be in the future that if a rule is changed at the federal level for something to become non-jurisdictional, it could fall into here. And it might be an additional site instead of just the 300 that we've been talking about.
We have no ability to predict what the future is like. And I think we've all learned that in wetlands would be crazy to try. I think that is where the rules review and readoption process would come into place, is that when these come up for review, we will look at what the regulations are at that time. The best we can do is address what we are dealing with at the time. And that's where we're talking about these rules will provide for the permitting gap that exists today.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Is there further discussion of the motion?
Yes.
Mr. Solomon?
Yeah, I'd just like to come back and say again, this commission's always tried to be respectful of other stakeholder groups and the regulated community. And that's been true whether it's been environmental groups or environmental justice groups or the Chamber of Commerce or the League or whoever. And whenever we've seen this kind of rush at the end, especially when things have changed, we have tried to catch our breath and delay. We have time here. And I think I will still make this motion. If this current motion fails, I will make the motion to delay to the next meeting because we have that time. And if we have to be perceived to go over the regulated community, and there's a lot of people that have sent us letters, highly regulated people, highly influential groups. If we still can't get agreement, then we'll have to push this through. But I think we have the time and to be respectful and to listen to all the views, especially since things have changed in the last few weeks. We need to take that time. And so my vote here will be no on this, but will be a motion we consider this next time with the desire to approve something if we wait till next time. So that's my comment.
Is there any other discussion on the motion?
Chair Smith. It's Commissioner Arata.
Oh, thank you. I'm not scrolling fast enough. Thank you, Commissioner Arata.
Yeah, I think based on a lot of the comments that came in that we all received, and I know some were sent individually, the choice here, it seems to be a disagreement between whether there's a requirement or not, because this group of folks that we're talking about who would have received no jurisdictional or a determination that there was not jurisdictional waters. I have a hard time suspending disbelief to think that they would then go to the federal government now to see if that would change and then fall under state regulation if they find themselves currently in a loophole. So the choice today really, to me, seems like we do have a gap where there's a group of folks who have no requirements right now, but would, and it's not a question of whether we'll work out whether or not there should be a requirement when the position has been pretty clear that no, we fall under this loophole. We got our jurisdictional requirements back during this interim period, and therefore we don't have to do anything.
Is there any other discussion on the motion?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner
John,
McGann.
yes, thank you so much. I see this proposed rule as good for the environment, but also very good for the business community as well. Several months ago, we jumped into a breach and quickly passed some temporary rules that enabled the permitting process to go forward, and several needed projects were able to go through. We understand there under those temporary rules, 30 applications have been made, 25 of them have been granted, and that enabled these projects to go forward. What we are doing now is a longer, more in-depth process. We've revised the rules, but the point of all of this is to provide regulatory certainty and enable projects to go forward while doing proper protections of the environment by the steps that have been set out for minimization and mitigation through the process. I feel like nothing but good can come of this. What has happened, as I see it, is that the wetlands affected by this rule before us used to be jurisdictional at the federal level, but the Trump administration in 2020 removed their jurisdiction. But the state's jurisdictional authority remained. Without the federal 401, without the federal 404 process, there was no permitting mechanism. Okay, so then we come in and provide these temporary rules. Some permits are able to go forward. Now, if that federal jurisdiction removal is reversed and it comes back, then we're back to the old rules anyway. But still, there may be 300 properties that during the removal of the federal jurisdiction were reviewed and determined not to be jurisdictional. I think I'm hearing in this that the Corps of Engineers does not intend to go back as to those 300 and reevaluate them and perhaps restore that. In those cases, even if the federal regulations are otherwise reversed and we're back to what we were before 2020, then those 300 properties would still need these rules. I am comforted by the fact that the deemed permitted thresholds in these rules are consistent with what they would be in the nationwide permitting under the Corps of Engineers regulations. That consistency seems fine with me. I believe that the people who develop our built environment want most of all to understand the rules and not fight the rules or not try to get away with anything. I think this provides that while at the same time protecting the environment. And I strongly support this proposed rule. Thank you.
Commissioner Lazorek?
Yes, I just think as we're, getting to the point of a vote, and if this passes to go into a permanent rule, then we're faced with responding to the 100 emails or so that we got. I mean, virtually all of them were copy and paste saying the reason we shouldn't do it is because there's no gap. I mean, what we've heard is that there is still a gap. I think that's the misinformation that was out there. When everybody heard Biden rolled back the waters of the US, they thought there wasn't a need for the rule anymore. When I first heard it, I thought there wasn't either. And so I think if we go ahead and pass it now, the burden is to get back to those people right away to say, no, there actually was still a gap, because their reasoning was that that the gap had gone away. As long as we communicate effectively that we heard them and the reason that there is a gap and correct that misinformation, then I feel comfortable not waiting, going ahead and passing it. We just have to communicate that to the ones that raise their opposition. They raise their opposition based on the gap going away, and we can just explain to them for this 2-year period, the gap is maintained.
Madam Chair.
I got
Commissioner Solomon?
No, and I respect Dr. Lazorek a lot, but these are serious people. This is the State Chamber of Commerce. This is John Hatcher in the Forestry Service. This is the Farm Bureau and the ag people. These aren't people that are just mistaken. They have done, if they wrote those letters, whether they came across in form in the last 48 hours, these are serious, smart people that are involved with us all the time. If there is a misunderstanding, let's take 2 months and talk with them and hash it out more. But I just object to saying they're misinformed at this point. If they are misinformed, let's delay this vote and give them some time to get informed. So I'll stop with that. I'm sorry.
Is there any further debate on the motion?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, Steve King.
Commissioner Keen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could, just for a moment then, I first of all appreciate Sue Homewood's work and diligence and passion for her job and putting it all together for us. It really adds, it's a huge asset for the department to have such an employee who puts the time in and gets it done. Secondly, I want to thank my colleagues for presenting their thoughts, Madam Chair. But in reference to the vote and to the discussion and to the over 100 emails that I received in the last 2 days, in thinking about Commissioner Deerhake's comments about careful consideration and study, and the Commissioner Solomon's comments on where these emails came from, and respectfully understanding Commissioner Lazor's comments on cut and paste. Social media is just that way. But the home builders, North Carolina Home Builders Association, when they speak, I generally listen because they're representing all of the home builders and all the projects and so many pieces of this. And when there's confusion and it becomes speculative, then I began to give it more consideration as a commissioner. And then when it comes from a North Carolina chamber piece, because it represents thousands of businesses and people that are employed, and when they say that this impacts, as Sue mentioned earlier, that the word impact could mean something, whatever you want it to mean. But the North Carolina Chamber, Madam Chair, and colleagues on this vote has represented in the email that it significantly impacts the regulatory climate of the state's agricultural sector. And then, of course, with that, through regulatory uncertainty, permitting delays and cost increases. And they give a second piece of impact that impacts manufacturing sector, with existing manufacturers looking to expand their footprint and new manufacturers looking to locate in North Carolina. And the third piece that they have said here in their email that I think they copied each colleague is that it impacts 21 industry segments of the North Carolina Chamber's membership, which need affordable and available housing. I am very sympathetic with the department about wetlands, because for the last 2 years, I've been indicating and advocating for a map to see where all of these are for current and future needs, for rules, regulations. But with the Forestry Association, the agriculture, the manufacturers, the home builders, all of this has come, and I understand counsel about these public hearings and when they're supposed to take place. But to me, putting this off for 30 or 60 days to get further clarity, so it's consistent moving forward, there's a need to do that. And I can't vote for this motion the way it stands. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Keen. If there's no other discussion.
I just wanted to make one point. I just wanted to make, so my understanding that there is no permitting gap because these 300 wetlands could go through the federal process, is my understanding. Is that correct? I mean, that there is a way for them to get a permit since things have gone back to pre-2015.
It is correct that any of these property owners or developers could voluntarily request the Corps to re-review their wetlands determination under the rules currently, or the interpretation of the rules currently in place. That's correct. They could go back and request a federal permit. They are not required to do that, and the Corps has indicated it will not mandate a re-review for those who've already received a jurisdictional determination.
But they do have that option to do that. So they could move their project, and they would probably have their information when they made that first determination. A lot of the information they needed to make that determination, would it add much burden to them?
I would hesitate to speculate about what the difference may be in the review process today versus a year and a half ago under a different set of rules.
Right. So I just wanted to say that I second the motion by Commissioner Solomon, and I feel like we need additional time just to understand what the regulated community is, the ones who need it and ones who have their concerns, and address those concerns during the next.
So the motion on the table is Commissioner Monist's motion to approve the permanent rules as modified in recommendations from the hearing officer's report. If there's no further discussion on that motion, I'm seeing no request. Then
Commissioner Lazoric, sorry, I have one more thing.
Commissioner Lazoric.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that when I talked about the opposition being cut and paste, that was not disparaging that opposition at all. My point was just that they all had the same reason, which that there was no gap. And then I just have a procedural question. I mean, because there sounds like there's a lot of discussion wanting us to move it to March. If we vote yes or no on this, that doesn't allow the option, right, to move it to March. We need another motion in the meantime, don't we?
That is correct. There would have to be a separate motion to defer action on this issue until the March meeting.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Keene.
Steve King.
Commissioner Keene.
With that said, I'd like to amend the motion that we defer this until the March meeting.
Commissioner Keene, I do not believe an amendment to the motion would be appropriate. I believe it would need to be a substitute motion, but I'll defer to Mr. Reynolds on parliamentary procedure.
Thank you.
That's correct, Madam Chair. That's not an amendment. That would be actually a motion, a substitute motion that would be a deprivation of the rights to the moving party. So there's only one primary motion on the floor right now, and that's to approve the rules by Commissioner Monist.
Yeah, this Commissioner
So
Monist.
my understanding, do I
Excuse me.
understand then if I could
Excuse me.
follow up with that, Madam Chair, from that, since I was in question?
So, Commissioner Keene,
Ma'am.
yes, you may follow up with your question on the parliamentary procedure to Mr. Reynolds.
Yes, so subsequent, the subsequent motion, when is that appropriate?
Well, a substitute motion can be offered at certain times. I can tell you when that is. But generally, amendments and substitute motions are those that modify the primary motion, but that are not completely opposite to it, or that would change it in such a form that it's no longer on the same subject matter. So essentially what you're doing is you're offering a different motion that's not on the same subject matter, and that not that it's not also on the wetlands rules, but in that you are suggesting that it be deferred and are moving to have it deferred while Commissioner Monis is moving to have it approved. So it'd be up to the chair whether she wants to entertain that motion now as a full substitute motion. I will note that substitute motions, if approved, cannot be further amended or modified, but it would deny debate or action on, if approved, would deny further debate and action on Commissioner Monis' motion moving forward.
Madam Chair, I'm not trying to
As
change the
excuse me,
motion.
please, as the
Excuse me,
person who has the motion on the table, if I may.
Commissioner
I'd
Monis.
like for us to just vote on this motion. This motion is to approve it as written now. Then if the motion fails, I think we've heard from a few folks that they have a substitute motion for proceeding in March. So that seems like a very reasonable process that we could take.
And it wouldn't be a substitute motion at that point. It would just be a new motion.
That's correct. And I think in the circumstances, as I understand Mr. Reynolds' parliamentary advice, it appears that it would not be appropriate to consider that as a substitute motion, Commissioner Keene, that instead we should go ahead and vote on the motion that's on the table. And if that motion fails, then we could entertain any other motions.
I'm still in, I want it to be on record, and I know it is, Madam Chair, that the substitute or the amendment to this motion on parliamentary procedures, and I do want to make it, I guess, for clarity, council, is that this does not change. It just moves it forward to delay the same subject matter for 30 days.
So then I think what you'd be asking for is a motion to defer a vote on the motion now, or the motion that's been put on the table. Not put on the table, I'm sorry, that has been put forward to the body now. So rather than defer action on this item, you're trying to seek a deferral on action of the main motion offered by Commissioner Monis. At the same time, Commissioner Monis has, without making an motion, has suggested that, or has used language that would be consistent with a motion to call the question, which would need its own second, its own voting. And so, Madam Chair, again, you can take your choice here in controlling the conduct of the meeting and the proceedings to say whether you'll entertain Commissioner Keene's motion to defer action on Commissioner Monis' motion. So that's not a substitute motion, it's a subsequent motion. Or whether to entertain his motion as well as Commissioner Monis' motion to call the question, or simply return to the main motion that Commissioner Monis has offered. If you so choose to entertain Commissioner Keene's motion, again, I'll remind you that it means no further debate, and it would just push the matter out further, which is not unlike what we did at the beginning of the meeting with the agenda.
Thank you, council. And if I could make it easier, Madam Chair, for your decision, is that I will not make a second motion. This applies to this motion only. And if it fails, it fails, and we'll deal with that. But I just wanted to make it clear to understand for clarity and for the 118 participants that are listening to this at this moment, is that my amendment or my substitute to this motion, though there are questions, I would like to defer this in the way of a substitute within this motion, but not change, but put it off for 30 days. And that would be my, but if that's not what you would like, Madam Chair, then we'll move on as far as I'm concerned.
So let me approach it this way. I am not familiar with any practice of allowing a motion to defer action on a motion that is already on the table and seconded. And so I think, and I am not the parliamentary expert here, I think the better approach would be to view this as a substitute motion. And the substitute motion would be to defer action on this agenda item until the March meeting. So again, the 30 days or 60-day specific time period is probably not advisable because we have a deadline of the next commission meeting, which is the March 10th, March 9th or 10th, somewhere around there. So it'd have to be until the next commission meeting. So let's approach it. I would suggest approaching it this way. I am not certain of the appropriateness of this as a substitute motion. I'm willing to entertain it as a substitute motion to defer action on the agenda item, not as a motion to defer a vote on a motion that's already on the table. Is there a second to the substitute motion, which would be to defer action on this item until the March EMC meeting?
This is Chris
Commissioner
Duggan.
Lazork on second.
Excuse me?
This was Commissioner Lazork. I'll second that. To defer to March.
Okay, you're seconding the substitute motion to defer until March.
Yes, I see no harm because eventually if the permanent rules pass, they can still pass according to the timeline. And so it gives everyone time to feel more comfortable.
Is there discussion of the substitute motion?
I have a question.
Commissioner Bailey?
Yes, thank you for recognizing me. Does this mean that we will just have the vote in March and no further discussion, or will we be going through the presentation and discussion again in March?
I think that is within the will of the commission. I don't see a particular need to revisit the entire presentation, but if there is no no discussion and no vote on a motion on the merits today, then there would certainly be additional discussion and debate at the March meeting on a motion at that time.
Point of order to that, Madam Chairwoman.
Commissioner Solomon?
To Commissioner, I guess to Council Reynolds on parliamentary Robert's Rule of Order, I think this would be closed because there's been motions made. You could close this to just the members, which is usually what happens after a motion is made. But the members can vote, as the chair said, to open it back up for other outsiders to talk. So that would be our opportunity to hear new information from Ms. Homewood. But we wouldn't have to have that. We could, as a body, decide to do that, or the chair could decide to do that. That's a question to Mr. Reynolds.
Madam Chair, if I may respond to that, it was similar to a point I was going to raise. What is unclear to me, and is likely unclear to staff, is exactly the direction and the consensus of the commission as to what you would do during the time period that you're asking for deferral. The public comment period is closed. You're still receiving some comments. It's up to you whether to consider that. It sounds like each of the members have read and fully considered each of the comments that have been provided to them over the last few days. But in order to defer it, for what purpose would you be deferring the action that you've noticed for today? Are you telling the staff to go out and to talk to individuals? Are you asking them to talk to only the individuals that have expressed opposition to the rules? Are you asking the staff to reopen the comment period for a certain amount of time? Likely would have to be at least likely have to be 30 days. Would you like an amended hearing officer's report? There are no certain questions that I have heard that you would not be able to answer today, or answer with the information that you have today. But more importantly, there is no clear direction either from the movement or the second from Commissioner Lazork as to why are we delaying and what do we hope to accomplish in that period, other than to allow additional time to go by.
And if I may, Madam Chairwoman, to
Commissioner Solomon?
I don't see anything that requires motions to have stipulations to staff or outsiders. This is just, if it's nothing more than us choosing to let this be a cooling down period, to let things settle out and some form of communication, we have no obligation to restrict the motion to defer to March on specific action. I don't, unless there's some legal reason you see that. I've never seen that before in parliamentary proceedings. We can just elect to let things cool down and people have conversations. Am I wrong?
Mr. Reynolds, did you
suggesting
have
that-
any
Yes,
response?
Madam Chair. I'm simply suggesting that to make sure that if the commission approves this motion, and that's entirely up to y'all, if y'all want to do this or not. But if you do it, I suggest that you make sure that you understand what you want at the end of it. Is it simply a cooling off period where everybody just waits for waiting's sake? That's your policy choice. That's your policy choice. Is it to reopen the comment period? Is it to amend the hearing officer's report? What is your direction to your staff that you want accomplished? Do you want to hear from folks in the as sort of a de facto modified but not really formal comment period? What is it that you want? Be certain and be clear of that so that we don't come back in March if this motion passes, so you don't come back in March and you be in the exact same position where somebody waits until the 11th hour to send you 100 messages about what they want you to do or not want you to do. So that's all I'll say.
Madam Chair, if I may, is it inappropriate to at least defer the action as we've been discussing, and those council or commission members who have specific questions that they want to have answered, reach out to staff to get those questions answered? I think that might be a way for commissioners, because I too have some questions that I'd like to kind of fill in the answers to, but perhaps that is what we do. Now, I've heard some of my fellow commissioners ask that, for instance, someone reach out to the Army Corps to get a statement. If they want to issue the statement or not, they can issue the statement or not. To have some further feedback from the stakeholders based upon the change that was made subsequent to the public comment period and subsequent to the discussion by staff with the Army Corps as to what that limited gap is. So I just offer that as a possible resolution.
I see Commissioner Deerhake's hand, but before I recognize anyone else, let me ask one more parliamentary question of Mr. Reynolds, which is my memory of parliamentary procedure is that on a substitute motion, there has to be two votes, a vote to substitute the motion for the primary motion on the table, and then a vote on the merits of the substitute motion. But am I remembering that correctly?
That's absolutely correct, and that a substitute motion is not up for further amendment.
All right, thank you. So just to repeat for the commission members, so with the substitute motion having been made and seconded, we would first need to vote to substitute Mr. Keene's motion for the primary motion by Commissioner Monist. There would then need to be a second vote on whether to actually adopt the substitute motion and defer action until March. My suggestion at this point would be that we go ahead and take the first vote on whether to substitute Mr. Keene's motion for Ms. Monist's motion. And then having done that, we can return to either the primary motion, or if the substitute motion is substituted, we can return to debate on the merits of the substitute motion.
I would like to clarify, Madam Chair, if I could, as Commissioner Keene, on my motion, then to substitute. If the council is asking for merits, the merits are the interpretation and create a stable environment? Are we doing that with those that have asked us not to approve this for the reasons that we've discussed? So
Yes,
for
and Mr.
clarity
Keene,
and consistency, I don't know, I understand the merits.
so Commissioner Keene, all I meant by that is that in order to move forward through the parliamentary process, we have to first vote to accept your motion as a substitute for Commissioner Monist's motion. That is not a vote to adopt your motion. It's just a vote to substitute your motion for Commissioner Monist's motion.
Is that 30 days or 60 days?
I'm sorry.
Is that 30 days or 60 days?
As I mentioned previously, Commissioner Keene, 60 days is not workable because the temporary rules will expire in March. And if the commission does not wish the temporary rules to expire prematurely, the commission needs to act on the permanent rules no later than the March EMC meeting. I'm not sure if that's quite 30 days, but it's definitely less than 60 days. So the motion to delay consideration should be a motion to delay until the March commission meeting, unless the commission's willing to allow the temporary rules to expire. But back to my main parliamentary point is the first vote we're about to take is just a vote to substitute your motion for Commissioner Monist's motion. If that passes, we'll come back and take up your motion and the merits of that motion, and commissioners can further discuss whether they want to approve your motion or not. It's just a two-step process.
Well, I would like to withdraw. If it's not specific, Madam Chair, I'd like to withdraw my motion as a substitute, if it doesn't directly affect the 30-day wait period until our next meeting.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Keene, your motion, let me rephrase this, I suppose. I guess the question for you is, does your motion extend consideration of this agenda item until the March meeting? My understanding from the way that you initially phrased the motion was that the intent was to delay until the March commission meeting. So not for 30 days specifically or 60 days specifically, but until the March commission meeting. Is that a correct understanding of your motion?
That is correct.
All right, so we have the substitute motion is to delay action on this agenda item until the March EMC meeting. There's been a second. We are about to take the initial vote, which again is simply a vote whether to substitute Commissioner Keene's motion for Commissioner Monist's motion. And then, depending on how that vote turns out, we will have to take a second vote. So if the commission members are prepared to vote on whether to substitute Commissioner Keene's motion for Commissioner Monist's motion, I'll go ahead and call the roll on that vote. Commissioner Lazorek.
Yes.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Arata.
Yeah.
Commissioner Bailey.
No.
Commissioner Carter.
Yes.
Commissioner Davis.
No.
Commissioner Deerhake.
No.
Commissioner Duggan.
Yes.
Commissioner Harris.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelvington.
Yes.
Commissioner Keene.
Yes.
Commissioner McAdams.
No.
Commissioner Monist.
No.
Commissioner Solomon.
Yes.
So by my count, we have 8 votes yes, 6 votes no. So the motion offered by Commissioner Keene is now the motion that is on the table. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
Chair Smith, it's Commissioner Rada.
Commissioner Rada?
I have a question for timing under Commissioner Keene's motion. Is if it passes and we come back in March, where does that leave us with Rules Review Commission timing in getting whatever might be approved to them and have the rule go into place before the expiration of the temporary rule?
I'll ask Mr. Reynolds to respond to that question.
You guys are really trying to get your money's worth out of me today, huh? My understanding is that the 14th of March is when it ends, which is a Saturday, meaning that would follow the Monday. The deadline would follow the Monday. The Monday after be the Monday after, so that'd be what, the 16th. But we would never want, if the commission considers these rules in March and approves them in March, then we would need staff to submit those rules probably either on that Thursday or first thing Friday morning. And if we do that day, then we will be able to continue on with the temporary rules as the permanent rules are considered by the RRC.
Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion? Commissioner Deerhake?
Along the same vein, I'm very concerned that if there were substantial change to the rule made in the March meeting, there would not be adequate time for the division to prepare the package for RRC. I think it puts the package and the temporary rule at risk.
Any other discussion on the motion?
I'd like to make one comment, please.
Yes, Commissioner Kelvington.
Yes, I would like during this time, the delay, I'd love to see the delay and would want to vote for that. And to get written communication from the Corps of Engineers that there is indeed a permitting gap and get their understanding in writing. I know that there's been communication, but if we could get that firm in writing during this period of time, it doesn't need to be part of the, if we can get that, do we need to amend the motion to include that, or can we just get that information, a commitment from the
Chair, we don't have. Madam Chair, may I weigh in on one thing? If I can.
Mr. Reynolds.
The Corps will not provide you a written opinion that there is a permitting gap between their jurisdiction, where their jurisdiction ends, and where the state jurisdiction begins. That is not what they do. We would not do the same. We would be in the same position and say, we can tell you where our jurisdiction ends, and that's where we delineate or determine these wetlands exist. So I just want to be very clear on that. If there's a request for an amendment, but I also want to point out that because this was a substitute motion and approved, that it can no longer be amended.
Okay.
It's just a delay.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Deerhake.
Thank you. I'll take this opportunity also to try and offer the persuasion to members that if there is concern about articulating the dates that, as Commissioner Kelvington wanted earlier in the rule, that can be taken care of in a preamble or an implementation document. I think the regulation is clear what the cutoffs are, what the trigger deadlines are, but that can be explained and elaborated on in a document to accompany the rule.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other discussion on the motion? The motion is to defer action on this agenda item until the March EMC meeting. I'm seeing, I'm sorry, Commissioner Harris.
Just a quick comment. I agree with Commissioner Deerhake on just articulating the date in this group of wetlands as a preamble, if that will work. My biggest fear, and the reason I'm voting like I am, is I don't know what the feds are going to come out with next week, a year from now, 6 months from now. So I wanted to make sure our rule, if we move forward with the permanent rule at the next meeting, addresses this, and we don't have any unintentional consequence because of some crazy ruling on the federal side. So that's me. I like my world nice and tight, and I know what's dealing with what. So I do think there's merit in what Commissioner Deerhake had just said, and I just put that out. I know I can't change the outcome here, but I did want to articulate that.
Is there any other discussion? I'm seeing no
Madam
hand.
Chair, could I get clarity, please, just on the motion?
This is Commissioner Keen.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Just clarity on the motion. Move
It's the
forward.
same one we just voted on.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
The motion on the table is a motion to defer action on this agenda item until the March EMC meeting.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to call the roll in a second. So Commissioner Lazorek.
No.
Commissioner Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Arata.
No.
Commissioner Bailey.
No.
Commissioner Carter.
Yes.
Commissioner Davis.
No.
Commissioner Deerhake.
No.
Commissioner Duggan.
Yes.
Commissioner Harris.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelvington.
Yes.
Commissioner Keen.
Yes.
Commissioner McAdams.
No.
Commissioner Monist.
No.
Commissioner Solomon.
Yes.
We have a tie vote, and under a tie vote, the motion fails. So we're open for other motions on this agenda item.
Can I make my original motion again?
You may. Commissioner Monist.
Okay. Can we just refer back to the language, or do I have to read the whole thing all over?
No, you do not have to read the whole thing. As I understand, the motion previously made by Commissioner Monist was to approve the hearing officer report and adoption of permanent rules as described in agenda item, action item 2202 with the changes recommended in the hearing officer's report.
Thank you. Yes.
Is there a second to the motion?
Marion Deerhake, second.
Commissioner Deerhake seconds. Is there discussion on the motion?
Chair, this is Commissioner Duggan. I just would like to express my disappointment that we do not have the time. I am inclined to vote for these rules. However, I think it was important to at least allow for this limited period of time to have some additional feedback from the stakeholders. Although, my inclination would be to vote for these rules. I'm gonna have to oppose the motion as it's written, just simply because I think that there is some questions that are outstanding that I'd like to have answered that time would have allowed, but I just offer that for the commission.
Thank you for that comment. Is there any other discussion or debate on the motion?
Commissioner Lazoric?
Commissioner Lazoric?
Yeah, I mean, I shared the concern that, obviously, and that's why I originally seconded to delay, but I've been swayed by the idea of the preamble, clarifying where it applies. And then I also have trust in the department to communicate with those that we got all these opposing letters that they thought there was an opposition because there was no gap. We now have learned today that there is a gap for those 300 for those 2 years. And so I'm just, now in support of the rules moving forward, but trusting that the department, the division will communicate with the opponent so that they understand the gap to which it will apply.
Commissioner Solomon?
Point of order or point of legal question about preambles. I don't believe preambles are binding with the rules. Is that correct? Councilman?
I'll refer that to Mr. Reynolds.
Yes.
Chair, they're not enforced as a rule, but they do they are included as part of the rulemaking record and do in fact express the intent in case there's any type of question about interpretation later. That it's not binding, it's not enforceable, but it expresses the intent of the commission and it's useful in that way.
Thank you.
Is there any other discussion on the motion? Commissioner Kelvington?
Yes, I think it would be very helpful and I would be supportive of the rules if we could put exactly in the rules what the dates these rules would apply, specific dates or not dates. We could just say any wetlands that receive that the determination during the period under the NWPR. That we could, if we could add that into the rules, so it's clear in the rules, not in the preamble.
This is Commissioner Monis. I'm concerned about last minute tinkering with the rule text. So I don't know if you were offering that as a friendly amendment, but I would not like to take that at this time. I do think that, rules stay in place for a long time. This is not the only situation ever that these rules may apply to. So I worry about putting in that specific marker in the rules. I think it's more DWR's responsibility to communicate with stakeholders about different applications of the rule over time so that they have more long-term validity rather than responding to, a very specific instance.
Is there any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, commission's prepared to take a vote. Commissioner Lazoric, the motion on the table again is to approve the hearing officer's report and permanent rules with the changes recommended in the hearing officer's report. So Commissioner Lazoric.
Approve.
Commissioner Anderson.
No.
Commissioner Arata. Commissioner Bailey.
Approve.
Commissioner Carter.
No.
Commissioner Davis.
Yes.
Commissioner Deerhake.
Yes.
Commissioner Duggan.
No.
Commissioner Harris.
Yes.
Commissioner Kelvington.
No.
Commissioner Keene.
No.
Commissioner McAdams.
Yes.
Commissioner Monist.
Yes.
Commissioner Solomon.
No.
That is 8 voting yes, 6 voting no, so the motion carries. Thank you very much. It is noon. I would suggest that we take a 10-minute break and come back at 12:10 for the information item, if that's agreeable to everyone.
Yes.
See you in 10 minutes. McAdams, it may be you and me so far. There we go.
Well, unfortunately, all we have is info items, and I don't want to present them. If it's you and me, then we could vote on some action items, but that's not what we have.
I don't think that's going to be necessary.
Okay.
Come on now, John.
Yeah. Okay. Hi, Steve. All right.
I'd love to hear what you have to say.
I'm in, guys. I'm sitting here.
Okay.
I believe everyone is back, although Commissioner Monist had to leave the meeting, so she will not be with us for the information items. I will say that my cat had been beside me for most of the morning, and by 11:15 it had enough and decided to go somewhere else in the house for some peace and quiet. So the information item, which is the summary of the water, wastewater, stormwater infrastructure funding opportunities. And I believe we are hearing from John Risgaard. Mr. Risgaard is here.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Chair Smith, and nice to see you again. Looks like I can share my screen. I think I'm all set. Can you see the screen?
Yes, John, can you turn it up, please? Turn your volume up.
I'll just have to sit closer to the microphone.
Thank you, John.
All right, well, thank you very much for having me here today. I'm John Risgaard. I'm a section chief with the Division of Water Infrastructure. As Chair Smith mentioned, I'm going to provide a summary of some of the really fantastic funding opportunities that we have an opportunity to administer for the state over the next couple of years. I did have an opportunity to speak with the Water Quality Committee and the Water Allocation Committee yesterday on our newish viable utility program. There is some duplicate material, but I've tried to minimize that as much as I can, just kind of as I explain our programs and then get into some of these funding opportunities we have. So any apologies for those of you that weren't there yesterday, and I accidentally don't provide the background that you need for some of the slides that I present. Tried to avoid that. Okay, so first, who are we? The Division of Water Infrastructure is within the Department of Environmental Quality. Our division was created back in 2013 with the idea to bring the different state water, wastewater infrastructure fundings under one body and administered through one of the divisions in the department. So we have a number of different funding sources. We do get funds through state appropriations. This is mostly grant money, recurring grant of $10 million. We do have some revolving loan money that we also administer as it becomes available. The second really pot of money that we administer is our EPA state revolving fund. And I have another slide on that, but that's the majority of the funds that we administer, and that is primarily loan money. And then the final third program is our community development block grants for infrastructure. That's about $25 million recurring. Typically, again, it depends on appropriations during the budget cycle, and that is grant money as well. Our division supports the State Water Infrastructure Authority, or SWIA. They're our governing board. It's a 9-member board chaired by our division director, and also includes appointments of the Secretary of Commerce or their designee and the director of the Local Government Commission. Local Government Commission is important here to recognize we work closely with their staff. and with our local communities. Local Government Commission has oversight of any debt that a community would take on. So we work with them to make sure that our awardees are in fact going to be able to take on the funds if loans are awarded. The State Water Infrastructure Authority, their powers were also established in General Statute 159G. Some of their more critical duties, they have the authority to establish our funding priorities. We call it our priority rating system. I'll talk about that a little bit more in a later slide, but that is just how our staff will rank or rate applications for funding and then take it back to the authority for the final approval. SWIA has the authority to approve the projects for funding. And that's not something that our division has the authority to do. And then, of course, SWIA has the authority or the responsibility to provide guidance and input to our division on how we administer all of the funding programs. I think there's 11 powers that they have, but those three are the ones I wanted to bring up to you at this time. In 2017, SWIA released their master plan titled The Road to Viability. And that really outlines what the goals and objectives are of SWIA and of the division through our funding programs. And it really was geared to supporting long-term viability of our utilities and making sure that they have organizational structure, financial structure, and management structures in place to have viable utilities that are going to be able to support their community needs long-term. A lot of what we're doing now through the Viable Utility Program, and really all of our other programs, are supporting that 27 master plan and the concept of a road to viability. Our division is a non-regulatory program. We work under the authority of State General Statute 159G. I think we're a little bit unique because we don't have any administrative code that further governs our roles and responsibilities. We work solely under that general statute. Our primary role is to oversee the funding process. So we're reviewing applications for funding, prioritizing them, making recommendations to our authority. If a project is awarded, we then assure that that project continues to match with what was approved for funding, that it remains eligible for that funding, and helping that community get that project into bid design, construction, and completeness. Our staff also track and collect any loan payments that would go with the debt associated with the project, the debt issued through our programs. And then we also administer our Viable Utility Program, which is a newer program that I talked about yesterday. It was developed, it was signed in as part of the water reform of Water and Wastewater Public Enterprises Bill, Session Law 2020-79. And it is something that we've been working on for a while, but really brings it all together, puts it into statute, gives us some authorities to require communities to take some steps to assure viability, and provided a funding source. The general idea or the concepts of this program is to support these local communities, rural communities, or all of our utilities, and ensure that they have a plan for long-term viability. What the statute does, the statute requires that State Water Infrastructure Authority and the Local Government Commission identify and designates distressed local government units. And the statute, it has some things to consider in making that designation, just to assure that we're identifying systems most in need. We've done that. We have approved criteria, and currently 96 local government units have been designated as distressed. The statute provides a process and a framework to help support those communities that are designated as distressed to become viable. Well, I don't want to say that. They likely already are viable, but to ensure that they have a long-term, short-term plan to maintain their viability and to improve their viability. I created the Viable Utility Reserve, which is grant funding through appropriations to support communities in need. Again, it's not necessarily required that recipients of the Viable Utility Reserve are distressed. That certainly is the direction that State Water Infrastructure Authority and the Local Government Commission are in tune with at this time. It certainly could expand as we're able to help more and more communities. And finally, the statute requires coordination between State Water Infrastructure and the Local Government Commission. Both authorities need to approve any of the funds that are awarded out of the Viable Utility Reserve. Both authorities work closely together to develop the criteria that we use to designate distressed units. Keep in mind this, the criteria. I'm not going to go into detail of what that is and what that looks like, but it is the similar criteria that I'm going to mention later when I talk about the additional funding that's available and how it's going, who's going to be eligible for that funding. And I'll bring it up when I get there again. Kind of keep that in mind. Our state revolving fund program is our largest funding program that we have. So I want to give you a little bit more details on that. It just kind of helps give you an idea of what we normally work on as then you consider all the additional funding that we're going to have and how it is slightly different to our normal funding programs. The state revolving fund is a low interest loan program. Over the last few years, we've been able to offer around $260 million of loan funds, which is fantastic. There is a principal forgiveness component of that program. And what principal forgiveness is basically is a portion of the loan that the community does not have to repay. We can't call it a grant. We don't call it a grant. It's called principal forgiveness, but it's very similar to a grant. Our base interest rate is 1/2 of the 20-year bond rate. So it's a very good rate. The 20-year bond rate is around just over 2% right now. So our base rate for our next round is going to be around 1.15% interest rates. Fantastic. There is an opportunity for communities to get a reduced interest rate. That reduced interest rate is aimed at financially disadvantaged communities. And that the same criteria that we use to see who is eligible for the reduced interest rate is also used to determine who is eligible for that principal forgiveness funds and really all of our grant funds. These affordability criteria are shown on the slide. We look at population or service connections. We look at some local government unit indicator values, poverty, unemployment, population change, median household income, and property value per capita. And then we also look at how is that community's finances doing now? How is that the utility finances doing currently? So we look at operating ratio and rates. And all of those factor in the amount of additional subsidy through reduced interest rate or principal forgiveness that project would be eligible for. Principal forgiveness, we generally have only about $10 million available per year. So as you can see, that's a very small portion of the overall loan amounts that we're able to award. And there are some limits on that. Principal forgiveness has an initial threshold of $500,000 per project. We can go over that if funds are available. And similarly, there's a percentage of principal forgiveness, percentage of the total project cost that we calculate. And again, we can go over that if funds are available. The priority rating system. I think this is really important also to keep in mind or to be a little bit more knowledgeable of as I talk about some of this other funding that's going to become available. State Water Infrastructure Authority, this is one of their powers and authorities, is to develop a priority rating system and approve it for use for our different funds. The priority rating systems that are in place look at 4 key areas and give projects additional priority based on those 4 key areas. The first, project purpose, and that's really what is the project trying to do? And here's where projects that are addressing a system that is saying, hey, we are not viable any longer. we cannot support financially our utility and we need help. In that case, those projects are going to get the highest priority that we have for projects and project applications. This is the area where we also give priority and a lot of priority to systems that are trying to rehab or replace old and broken infrastructure, as well as expansion, but not to the same level as if a project is to replace old, broken, and failing infrastructure. The second area is project benefits, and those are looking at, well, what is this going to accomplish? How is this helping North Carolina citizens, helping customers, or potentially helping and supporting the environment? So here, additional prioritization would be given for providing service to a homeowner that has a failed well or a failed on-site wastewater system. Projects that can show improvements to water quality, projects within areas or impacting streams that are on the 404D list. I can't remember. Impaired waters, sorry. Or projects that support viability and projects that address resiliency. So what is the project accomplishing? And we give priority for projects that are doing certain types of environmental benefits or benefiting public health. Another area is system management. And this is where we try to give prioritization to systems that are doing a good job operating their system in some ways. They have asset management planning in place. They have capital improvement planning in place that supports the project that they're trying to get funds for, and that they have an operating ratio. Their revenue is greater than their expenses. And if so, they'll get additional prioritization that they're ready for these funds and ready to move forward with these projects and have identified good projects to support their utility. The final thing we look at is the affordability, and those are the same affordability criteria that I mentioned earlier. And communities that are really struggling to afford their utility, to generate revenue, those projects get additional prioritization as well. So not only are they eligible for the additional subsidies, lower interest rates, principal forgiveness, and grant funds, but those projects are also lifted up in our priority rating system to help make sure that they get funded. There's a lot on this figure. This shows our awards, SWIA's awards since 2017, fall of 2017 through the spring of 2021. Our fall 2021 funding round is currently in play. We'll be making recommendations to our authority in February for those awards. So we do 2 rounds a year. That's what's shown on this diagram. The darker numbers within the bars are the number of projects that were awarded. The dollar values is the total amount of funds that were awarded. As a note, this does not include our CDBGI programs. Let's see, the blue line is the number of projects as well. And you can see here that over the last 4 years, SWIA has awarded approximately $1.2 billion of construction projects, another $20 million of planning projects, over 400 projects in total. So there's a lot going on in the division, and we're really able to provide a lot of support to communities in North Carolina for their water and wastewater infrastructure needs. Take a quick breath here to see if you have any questions before getting into the American Rescue Plan Act and what those funds mean. Any questions? Okay. American Rescue Plan Act, also called the State Fiscal Recovery Funds, also called the State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds. There's a lot of names. We are generally calling it the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funds. March 11, 2021, American Rescue Plan Act was signed by President Biden, and it allocated $1.9 trillion to COVID-19 relief and economic recovery. Of those funds, the state of North Carolina received more than $5.7 billion to administer through the State Fiscal and Recovery Fund. I think all North Carolina communities have received some direct appropriations of the American Rescue Plan Act funds. There are going to be additional funds available. November 18th, 2021, under Session Law 2021-180, that was our budget bill. Legislators appropriated $1.69 billion to the Department of Environmental Quality for water and wastewater infrastructure grants. So just jumping back to, that's about the same amount of funds that we've moved over the last 4 years are now available through the American Rescue Plan Act, which is a wonderful opportunity for North Carolina. All of the $1.69 billion is grant money, principal forgiveness types of funds that communities will not have to pay back. So what did that budget look like? Again, the $1.69 billion is the ARPA funds appropriated. It was appropriated really into 4 different buckets, 5 different areas, and 3 different funding sources. $456.4 million into our viable utility reserve. That's the reserve that was created as part of development of our viable utility program. And those funds are required to flow through to our distressed communities. Of the $456 million, just under $90 million were directly appropriated to communities. There was 19 different communities that will receive those funds. And the division is currently working with all of the earmarked communities to get those projects going. Another $317 million appropriated to the state reserve, and those funds are for at-risk communities. The budget is leaving it up to the department to define at-risk, but does direct them to use the criteria that was used for designating communities distressed. I'll talk about that a little bit more in a later slide, but these are funds specifically for communities that will be designated as at risk. Just over 116 million were directly appropriated to 27 different communities. Another large portion, 732 million, also appropriated to the state reserve, and that would be for other communities, so communities that are not designated as distressed or at risk. Those funds would be for those communities. However, the majority of those funds were appropriated to communities directly, or will be, or transferred out of the department's funds for other types of projects. So, let's see, I think there's 69 or 70 communities identified that will be getting funds directly for their water, wastewater needs. They created a new fund, the state, another $80 million to the state reserve to fund studies. We currently have programs in place to provide grant funding for communities who want to do utility assessment work or to do merger regionalization feasibility work. That basically is evaluating what other operational options are out there, including regionalization, merger, sharing of resources with other communities, neighboring communities, and to see if there are more efficiencies, financial efficiencies that can be achieved by taking on another utility structure. And then finally, 103.6 million for the local assistance for stormwater infrastructure investment. This would be a new fund for the department to administer, and it would be to support stormwater utilities, both through study grants and for construction projects. 18.5 million directly appropriated. So the division and the department will have approximately $758 million of additional funds to administer through our regular and new programs, and to make those funds available to communities as soon as we can. I talked about the priority rating system already. We do have priority rating systems in place for the viable utility reserve and the state reserve. We're not intending to have to update those priority rating systems for any of these funds. We have a system in place that is approved by SWIA and has gone through public review process previously. The Stormwater Infrastructure Investment Funding Program is new. We do not have a priority rating system for that, so we'll be needing to develop that before we can advertise those funds. So local governments, talked about a lot of this already. So local government units designated as distressed, 96 units have already been distressed. The assessment is an annual assessment. We've done it once already because it's such a new program. The plan is to do a reassessment using 2021 data in April of 2022, which is like tomorrow. A lot of the data and the assessment is based off of communities' annual audits. It's also looking at compliance data, and it's also looking at some of the demographic data, population change, and some things like that. That we really want to have all that data available before we redo the assessment. A few of the data sets seem to be delayed, but the plan is to do a reassessment in April of 2022, and then we would be able to communicate to the communities, and they would know whether they're at risk, whether they're distressed, or whether they're in that other category. The at-risk designation, it was currently out for public review. I've got a slide for that later as well. But we were looking at a few different criteria for a community to be considered at risk. We were looking at their distress criteria score, a threshold of 6 or higher, and looking at those local government unit indicators that I talked about in the affordability criteria. If they meet or exceed a certain number of local government unit indicators, they would be designated as at risk. Or we would also look at the number of service connections and local government unit indicators, just to assure that the smallest of the small communities that may not be designated, may not have a distress criteria to support need, but have local government unit indicators that support need, are considered distressed and are eligible for those funds. Let's talk a little bit about requirements for these funds. What are your eligibility requirements? Federal ARP fund requirements. So first, we need to look at what are the requirements for the American Rescue Plan Act, the federal requirements for the funds, and then there's additional requirements or restrictions based on what pot of money these funds are going to flow through, whether they're viable utility reserve, state reserve, or that's the stormwater reserve funds. The ARPA requirements, projects are limited to federal state revolving fund eligibility. So it's for water, wastewater infrastructure type of projects. The SRF eligibilities are really pretty broad and cover a lot of different types of projects. So that, you get down into the weeds on some projects and it gets a little tricky, but for the most part, if they're repairing, replacing existing infrastructures, working on water, wastewater treatment plants, they're going to be good to go. The funds cannot be used to pay debt. And I'll talk a little bit about that more later, but it's very clear in the rule and the guidance that the funds cannot be used to pay back debt. Eligible projects must have accrued cost after March 3rd, 2021, and all funds must be spent by December 31st, 2026. It seems like that's a long ways off, but for larger infrastructure projects, that is not a lot of time. We have a statutory requirement that projects have 2 years from the time they are awarded to get under contract and really start construction. And then it can take another year to 2 years to do construction. So this is a big concern and something that we're going to be working with communities on to make sure that they're choosing projects that can meet this December 31st, 2026 deadline. Some of the state requirements of funds that are flowing through the viable utility reserve for our distressed communities. Projects are limited to those that are rehab and replacement of existing infrastructure. Projects that support regionalization. Again, a broad definition of regionalization. It's not necessarily interconnect and giving over your small utility, giving it over to a larger utility. Certainly is eligible and a potential definition of regionalization. But communities can also just look at sharing of resources and like operators, utility staff, looking at ways to interconnect to support the services that they already provide. We really feel we want to be as open as we can as what regionalization means. Similarly, decentralization, taking a pretty broad definition of decentralization, working through ways to maintain ownership, where the utility maintains ownership of that infrastructure, but just downsizes, potentially smaller facilities or smaller collection systems to support parts of a community, subdivisions, just ways to improve the efficiency of that utility. I shared a slide yesterday that showed some of our smaller communities have really the lowest density of infrastructure to population, meaning that they just don't have the population base to support the utilities that larger communities do, which means they have a harder time generating revenue to fix and maintain the systems. So it's possible that downsizing a utility, still supporting all the customers, but not having to pump the water and the wastewater so far could lead to efficiencies. And that's something that we want to have open and an alternative for communities. These funds can support studies. That's the assessment studies, regionalization studies, rate studies, and can also fund any other types of projects that the community can demonstrate will meet long-term viability. So a little bit open there. The time frame is going to make that one a little tricky because to demonstrate long-term viability, communities really should have a full assessment of their utility, have done rate studies, have done alternative analysis, and before they would come to us with this other area and be able to use all that information to demonstrate the long-term viability. It's going to make that one, it's going to make that difficult for communities that haven't already started. Projects that will be funded through the state reserve, those are a little bit more open. It's just limited to construction projects, planning grants for public water and wastewater systems, pretty open. These grants will be capped at $400,000 per recipient planning grants. And planning grants could include the engineering, design, training staff as eligible costs. One thing I didn't mention for the viable utility program is there is a cap of $15 million per recipient, unless it's a regionalization project, and then they can go up to $30 million. And finally, the local assistance for stormwater infrastructure. The budget has some requirements and restrictions. 30% of the funds are to be used for study grants with a $500,000 limit, and 70% to capital projects with a $15 million funding limit, grant limit. The department took out to public review a plan to administer these funds. The public comment period actually ended yesterday, so I really haven't had time, or we haven't had time to review those comments. But I want to kind of go over with you what the proposed plan was. This certainly could get tweaked and changed based on public comment and additional information, but it really will give you an idea of how the department is looking at administering these funds. So phase 1A is the directly appropriated projects, the earmarked projects that were listed in the budget, 126 projects, $839 million. We're asking these communities to submit a formal request for funding that defines the scope of the project and provides some budget information. That will allow us to assure that the projects are eligible for funding and get those projects moving towards engineering report, design, and closer to construction. We're putting these communities on a pretty tight schedule, again, just to try to make sure we can meet the 2026 deadline. We are requesting that these communities work towards an August 2022 date to have their bid and design material submitted to the department. This would mean that they would need all of their environmental permits in hand prior to the submittal of the bid and design. We have some flexibility there, but we will not allow funds to go to bid until they have all of their projects, all of their permits in hand. And the goal is to have an executed construction contracts in place May 2023 to give them sufficient time to build the project and get it completed by our deadlines. Phase 1B, this was a proposal as well. I'm really interested to hear public comment on this item. The idea is to replace SRF loan amounts to our distressed communities, or at least give them that option to displace their funds. These communities have already been identified as most in need of financial support. A number of them already have loans in place that they will need to repay once those projects reach construction. Since we cannot use the funds to replace debt, the idea is to identify projects that have not yet gone to construction and allow communities at their choice to replace those loans with ARPA funds and grant money. There's approximately 32 projects that meet the criteria that we're looking at, approximately $44 million. I don't remember the percentage of that, but that definitely leaves a lot of additional funds available for the other distressed communities. Since we're in the middle of a funding round this February, it's likely that additional loans are going to be offered and accepted by distressed communities. So this 32 projects, $44 million is likely going to increase after our February awards. We really want to make sure these communities have some funding lined up for those projects. And if we're able to offset that loan with grant funds, that's wonderful, and we'll do that. I just wanted to point out, we also looked at replacing funds for our potential at-risk communities and potential other communities. I had that. And it really turned out to be too much money. We have approximately $1 billion of loan money that has been awarded that has not been dispersed yet. So if we were looked at the entire amount of loan money that could be displaced, it would have really used up the vast majority of the funds available, if not all of it, and not made it available for competitive applications. We also we narrowed that down and looked just at the at-risk communities, and that was just over $100 million. So similarly, we were not really not supportive of offering that to our at-risk communities, because it took away some of the competitiveness and ability for communities that were yet to receive an award to be able to get those funds. So that's why we narrowed it down just to distressed communities, the communities most in financial need. Phase 2 would be competitive funding for water and wastewater projects, not including stormwater. Just $676 million. And we're looking at making these funds available for applications. Applications due as early as May 2nd, 2022, awards as early as July. That's a very tight turnaround, especially considering the amount of applications we're expecting. We may have to phase the awards out over time, to be determined. If we do meet this July, August, September timeframe, that would get us a schedule to have engineering reports the end of 2022, plans and specs submitted with permits in hand the end of 2023. Executive executed contracts July 2024, and again, all funds must be spent by 2026. Just as a note, we operate under a reimbursement model, so the communities will have to incur the costs, have an invoice of those expenses, and submit it to the department division for reimbursement, so that we're not able to provide the funds up front. They will have to have the construction, have the work done, and then ask for reimbursement for those funds prior to December 31st, 2026. So how we would administer those funds, we would use the existing priority rating system, as I mentioned previously. The idea is to do initial funding allotments up to $15 million per applicant. That would include direct appropriations, any loan replacement that I talked about previously. And so the idea is just to make sure that these funds, while it's a tremendous amount of funds, they do get spread out to communities, and more communities have an opportunity to get grant funds. $15 million seems like a lot to some communities and doesn't seem like enough to others. It's a tough call. We also really want to make sure that these projects get fully funded. One thing we see is that if we're not able to fully fund a project, either with a loan or a grant, a lot of times those projects, they linger and they wait because they have to until they have enough money lined up in order to support the project. So we really wanted to make sure that we were offering enough money to fully fund the projects that we're going to see, yet at the same time keeping that allotment at a reasonable level where we can spread the money around and make sure multiple communities, lots of communities, have an opportunity for funding. If we're not able to completely fund a project, we certainly will try to supplement that with some of our other funds. State revolving fund loan is a great example. However, as soon as you start mixing funds, federal funds in particular, there are additional requirements that go with those funds, and that would apply to the entire project. So again, there is an advantage to fully funding these projects with the ARPA funds if we can. Any funds that would not be awarded in that first round would become available for future rounds, potentially September 2022, April 2023. I certainly hope it doesn't go much longer than that. Any project awarded after April 2023 would really have to be ready to go, and permits in hand, et cetera, in order to meet the 2026 timeframe. We start to really push it. Potentially could do more study grants or other types of projects that really don't take a lot of time to do. As I mentioned before, SWIA has final decision on the rank of applications and which applications are eligible to receive funding. The local government commission certainly will continue to have a role in any funds awarded out of the Bodily Utility Reserve. Stormwater Infrastructure Fund, since we don't have a program for that, it's going to take a little bit more time. We're going to have to develop a funding process and priority rating system. We're already in conversations with Demler and Division of Water Resources and Coastal Management, I believe, on this to start developing recommendations for a priority rating system. State Water Infrastructure Authority has created a subcommittee as well, so that we can be as responsive as they can to this process to develop priority rating system, get the funding process in place. Our goal is to advertise these funds in the fall of 2022. And then you can see the critical dates on the rest of the slide. Plans and specs would be due June 2024. That's when all permits would need to be in. Some key dates, December 2021, December 2021, we released the department and the division released their administration plan for these funds. Comment period closed yesterday. Interestingly enough, January 6th, last week, the Department of Treasury released their final rule on these funds and updated overviews and guidance on how to administer those funds. We're still reacting to that, reading through that, trying to see how it could potentially impact our plan. It did increase eligibility somewhat for both stormwater and drinking water projects. We'll need to roll that into our administration plan when we advertise it so communities are aware of what types of projects are eligible. That's so new, and I really hesitate to comment on what was in the new rule, but it does expand eligibility somewhat. Again, our plan, January, February 2022, is to finalize our administration plan, advertise it, work with resource agencies to make sure communities are aware of these funds, and work with our consultants and our COGS and all the other agencies, again, that support communities with their applications so that they're aware of the funds and know how to apply for them. SWE awards is early. Let's see, announced funds. Oh yeah, and then as I mentioned earlier, we're in the middle of a funding round. SWE will be awarding some non-ARPA funds next month. Take another breath. That concludes the American Rescue Plan funds. I'm about to switch to the bipartisan infrastructure law. Are there any questions at this point? All right. So November 15th, 2021, President Biden signs the bipartisan infrastructure law, formerly known as Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act. I think I have a few slides where I still call it IJA. This is $550 billion of new federal investments. $50 billion went to EPA for water and wastewater, and just over $43 billion to the state revolving fund programs. These funds will be available to states over the next 5 years, starting this year, 2022. Yes, this was 3 days prior to the state budget. It was a very big week for us. The bipartisan infrastructure law moving money through both drinking water SRF program and the clean water SRF program. So here's a slide on each of how that funding is likely going to be administered and broken down. $11.7 billion to supplement the drinking water state revolving fund. So this would be in addition to the regular SRF appropriations from the federal government. So on top of what we already get. Of this additional funds, 49% must be used for grant or principal forgiveness for loans, about half of it. There is a state match. 20% state match will be required for states to obtain these funds. However, that 20% has been reduced to 10% over the first 2 years. $15 billion for lead service line replacements. This will be a new program. We're working with EPA to get more guidance on what we can actually use those funds for. Again, 49% of it must be for grant or principal forgiveness, a minimum of 49%. For these funds, the state match is not required. And then also another $4 billion to address emerging contaminants. This can be used to remediate PFAS in drinking water. All of these funds will be grant or principal forgiveness and no state match is required. So these are just the funds that will be flowing through the Drinking Water State Reserve Fund. Similar amounts will be going through the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, a match of $11.7 billion for clean water projects, in addition to what we would normally get, and $1 billion for the Clean Water Program to be used for emerging contaminants. And that's a new program for us. Still waiting on guidance on really what that can be used for. Typical state revolving fund requirements will apply to these funds. Any kind of environmental review, Davis-Bacon wage rates. Historically, there's been something we call American Iron and Steel requirements that go with the SRF program. That has been expanded by American Build American Act. It's additional requirements and more expansive requirements than what was in American Iron and Steel. Definitely working with EPA again on what does this mean? When does it apply? And how do we navigate that again to make sure that projects move forward, that our awardees are aware of these requirements and can meet the requirements for these funds. And these are grant and principal forgiveness primarily. It's great money. Really want to make sure our projects are eligible for these funds. Yeah, mentioned before, we're developing these programs for lead service line and emerging pollutants that may result in State Water Infrastructure Authority needing to update priority rating systems or creating new priority rating systems. And the Division of Water Infrastructure we will need to update our funding applications and guidance. So these are not funding programs that we're going to necessarily be able to quickly turn on and get going for communities. But we really are shooting for this September to make some of these funds available. State allocations are likely to be based off of existing state revolving fund allocations. This would be approximately 1.3 billion additional funds over the next 5 years. So that's 4 years of historical funding, again, being added on to our funding opportunities. It's a fantastic opportunity. The 2022 allocation has been announced, and the total for North Carolina would be approximately $199 million that potentially we could make available as soon as September 2022. So what does that all look like for us? This figure shows on the x-axis some of our historic funding, fall 2017 until present, and then projects what the funding is going to look like starting in spring of 2022 with the ASADRA funds and on through fall of 2027, the last of the bipartisan infrastructure law funds. And you can see it's a significant increase, more than double. Will definitely potential has some. We'll have a lot of things to work through in order to administer these funds. Not only make it available to North Carolina communities efficiently and effectively, but also making sure that we have the resources at hand to support those communities, both in managing the applications, but reviewing projects in a timely way, and then providing the oversight that we do as projects go into construction and doing disbursement. And with that, any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Risgaard. Commission members, any questions for Mr. Risgaard?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Commissioner Keen.
Mr. Keen.
John, I've got a couple of comments. May I?
Absolutely.
Thank you, John. Great presentation, and I'm excited about this program all over the place. One quick question on the data as far as applicants being approved and a list of those approvals. I'm familiar with the North Carolina Housing Finance Authority and how they handle the applicants, and they send out the, of course, the request each year. But for those who are in the affordable housing or workforce housing or senior component thereof, they give a list each year of the awards and how much of those awards. We can somehow we get those as commission members to give us some idea of how these funds are being spent, particularly in the regions, sort of in the regions of the state?
Absolutely. So the State Water Infrastructure Authority website has information on past awards. I'll get that to you via Water Resources staff. Some of those award summaries. I'm just talking off the top of my head here. I believe, well, it definitely shows the community. It lists the project name. I believe it shows the county, and then of course the award amount, and it breaks it down by whether it's clean wastewater project or drinking water project or whatever it was.
So that is made available. Could it be directed to us as members? So we don't have to just go through the weeds and get the information off the website. Can we sort of be designated every, I think, didn't you say 6 months or every 4 months, there's those award periods?
I can look into that. That is a new thing for us, but certainly it makes sense to share that with the EMC. We certainly we're looking at how to better share that with the Division of Water Resources so that they're more aware of projects that were funded. I believe we should be able to expand that and get that to you as well. There may be some other ways to do that are more efficient, but we can look into that and make sure that you're at least aware of when those awards are made, and if not, send it directly to you.
Thank you. And I have one follow-up comment, Madam Chair, if I might, and it'd be brief, very brief. Can I?
Yes.
Thank you. John, the other, I guess, thought is the regionalization piece of sharing infrastructure components in water and sewer through municipalities and into the rural areas with sanitary districts. And with that in regionalization pieces, the counties being designated under a tier 1, tier 2, or tier 3 piece. I'm glad you're working with the League of Municipalities and the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners. But with that said, finding the assessments, also working with DOT as they move roads around, interstate capacity in different parts of the state, and having to move those easements for water and sewer along with that, sometimes bypasses these smaller towns in these rural areas that don't have the population. And of course, as you know, I guess I'm preaching to the choir, you know, blight communities come when there's low property tax rates due to values and so forth. So I guess my comment as a EMC commissioner, and I'm glad this comes through. I know we're just rural piece, but there are regions in the state that I'm wondering under, and it's brought up yesterday, Madam Chair, by one of the commissioners about the environmental justice analysis and making sure that these small communities in these rural areas that don't necessarily have the population, their boxes are checked off that they're in need because they're blight and they have projects that are needed. And certainly the priority, John, I think would be there to look at that. And that's another reason why it would be, I guess, good for me to understand where these dollars are going in the region, just not by population piece, but by rural blight communities as well. Thank you again, John. That's all, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Commissioner Deerhake.
So much. Thank you for the presentation yesterday and today, John. I certainly respect that. Oh, can you hear me?
I cannot.
Oh, okay.
I believe you're muted.
How about now?
That's better, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for yesterday and today's presentations. These presentations came at my request. They were a result of our Water Quality Committee having to address a request for, I guess you might call it a merger this past year with a portion of Hendersonville and Asheville, Buncombe. And it brought to my attention that there may be ways to improve our regulations on the Division of Water Quality or Division of Water Resources side, MPDES regulations. I have encouraged the division to explore and review those regulations, not only from the MPDES side, but the water quality outcomes of projects, to determine if there's some way that we can help better facilitate efforts to regionalize, as well as on the other end, if a facility or utility decides to shut down or convert to a different type of wastewater management, understand how that could impact our water quality in the state. I think the overall goal for the entire program is ultimately protection of the state's water quality. And so given there are two different divisions, I know that they collaborate already, and I hope they will continue to collaborate even further, especially in evaluating this wonderful new infusion of additional monies available for additional projects. We certainly want to make sure that the end product is a better effluent and better quality for the receiving waters. So we thank you for that, John. I did have one or two specific questions. I did want to ask, I don't remember what slide it was, but there was the ARPA presentation where you said, for example, of $732 million, it sounded like there are already 658 million of that has already been designated. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
And that was designated in the legislature, perhaps?
Yes.
So were those designations made using criteria similar to what your program uses, or did you advise them on that? Just want to make sure that the communities most in need or the receiving waters that are most impacted currently are being attended to.
Let's see. So of those 732 million to the state reserve to support other communities, there were 69 communities that received direct appropriations, $614.8 million. The rest of that, the 657.7 that is shown on the slide, was transferred to projects in Commerce and the National Guard per the budget. So not all of it was appropriated directly to communities. We were not part of that list or decisions on which communities were earmarked for these funds or any of the funds in the budget.
My other question would be about with the significant increase in responsibility and funds to manage and disperse. I know you've mentioned yesterday that you've had an increase in your staffing, but is the division's auditing system or program evaluation system for each of the projects scalable? Do you have the capacity to carefully audit to make sure these funds are being applied in a fashion that will benefit water quality?
So I believe that it is scalable. The checks and balances that are within the division's policies and procedures for managing these funds are scalable. To me, the bigger question is, are we going to be able to scale up and hire engineers, review staff, accountants to support our program in a timely manner and not overwhelm the staff that we have? We've already undertaken efforts to do that. Those in the public that are listening, we hope to be posting positions soon to meet that need. We are audited regularly by the State Audit Office, EPA, and then by our own department audit team to look at our programs and make sure that we are of as low a risk as we can be in administering those funds. I can't speak on whether or not their audits are scalable. I believe they are. But yeah, I feel there's sufficient checks and balances in place to make sure the funds are administered correctly.
Finally, I think it would be a useful exercise, and maybe the Division of Water Resources could work with you on this, is to find some measures of performance of this new money and expressing it in terms of millions of pounds of nitrogen reduced through new projects, or millions of tons of sediment removed, or just a variety of parameters that could be used in evaluating the performance of this new money. So I'd recommend that.
Certainly, and I welcome metrics and criteria that you may have to suggest. We have a contract with the Environmental Finance Center of UNC, and we do task them or ask them to do some studies like that and evaluations similar to that. We have some of that built into our current contract, and really appreciate the work and efforts that they do and the support that they provide to the divisions. Thank you.
Yeah, I think anything that can show the benefits of this money will help only in the future when requests for new money comes in, or new opportunities for money for the state come about. So thank you.
Commissioner Solomon?
Yeah, John, this is JD. How you doing?
Doing well, thanks.
A few years since I've been on the board there, but I just curiosity question. I may have missed it, but it goes to Marion's question about one of the things we always debated was administration rate, like on SRF loans. Given the increase, hundreds of millions of dollars, has that percentage gone up or down, or is it still stagnant about 2%? We thought about, the more volume you get, the percentage could go down.
Yeah, so for the American Rescue Plan funds, in the budget, we're not able to charge a loan fee or grant fee or loan fee for those funds. Instead, they built in administration costs up front. That's extremely helpful because it allows us to have those funds available to hire staff at the front end and not have to wait for those fees to be generated when we have an agreement in place and the loan or grant comes to fruition. I believe it was 4% administration cost taken off the top to support all these efforts, and then the communities don't have to pay that or worry about it.
Wow, that's good. That's a lot. That's more than
that is. It's great. The bipartisan infrastructure law, there is an administration fee as well, administration set aside with those funds as well. But the normal 2% loan, 1.5% grant, I think is that what it is, will apply to those funds as they become available.
Okay. Second question real quick was just, and it's really probably going to be a gut indicator, but we struggled with a few years ago. It seemed like with the regular programs, we kind of had the same 170 to 100 people that applied in East and West, and we were always struggling to get more people to use some of the, I know we were turning the money over, and you still are, but do you see the number of communities when you extract out the COVID related stuff? Do you seem like more people are in tune? Is that communication program still working well to get more communities to use the programs?
Well, I've only been with the division for 3 years, so it's hard to use my own experience to look at that. We continue to get more applications and more requests for funding than what we have available. Over the last couple of years, we've really tried to work more closely with the research agencies to make sure they're aware of our program and get input from them on where the needs are. And my impression is that they're taking our message out to the communities that they're working with and making them aware of these funding opportunities. North Carolina Pandemic Recovery Office is also very fully engaged with the ARPA funds and have done a tremendous amount of outreach and education to communities on their direct appropriations. Some of those workshops have included at least some information on these additional funds that are going to be available, and they'll continue to be a great resource to get the word out So that not only the communities that normally work with our programs are aware, but all of the communities and all the utilities are going to be aware of this opportunity. Yeah.
Challenge, there was always a lot more utilities out there that were actually using the program. On a
Yeah,
regular
absolutely.
basis. You know, I mean, it's interesting when you look at that. So, thank you.
Yep.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Risgaard?
Got one quick question, and I promise that'll be the last. John, if that's okay, Madam Chair.
That's fine.
John, real quick, do you know, since you've been in there 3 years, then you've seen these the cost benefit. So how is that determined right now with construction costs due to these inflated prices? So how are they handling that? And does it, I guess, the second part of that, does it take being qualified or not qualified? It's a rigorous decision, I think, from the powers that play that make those. But how do you work with those inflated prices now?
So that is a great question, and something that we are concerned with and worried about. Since most of our money historically is loan money, it's always been pretty easy to offer additional loan money. It's a revolving program. There's usually a little bit that's come back since the last award, and we're able to give that to a community to keep the project moving as long as they can take on that additional debt. It's pretty easy. That's a lot harder with grant money. We really want to award the money. We want to award as much of it, if not all of it, as we can, so that we can get projects going and spend as much of this as we can by 2026. So if a project comes back over budget, we will be able to offer SRF money, but then the federal conditions will kick in. So that's not an ideal situation. We're talking and having discussions of do we leave a little bit, hold a little bit back for cost overruns? What do we do? We have other pots of money that are not federal money. Maybe we can use that. But that's definitely a hot topic around here to figure this out. I'm encouraging the engineers to try to consider that with their cost estimates, so that their communities are not put into that situation where they come back tremendously over budget and the project's at risk because of that discrepancy.
Yep, you mentioned priority value, and that was one of the criterias that you used earlier. Priority value, and that would not hope that would put some small towns in the rural areas out of what you would call compliance and checking off that box, and they getting disqualified because of that. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I don't see anyone else with a question, but if you have one, speak up, because I can only see 6 of you at a time when there's screens sharing going on. But if there are no other questions, then thank you, Mr. Risgaard, for that presentation. There's a lot of opportunity there, and no pressure, but it's up to you to get it right on the state side. And we wish you the best in doing that.
Yeah, thank you for the time.
We are now at concluding remarks, because the only other information item today had been withdrawn from the agenda. So we'll turn to directors that have any comments. As you recall, the directors fled at the end of the last meeting, so they may have more than their usual number of comments. But Mr. Abrazinskis, do you have any comments on behalf of the Division of Air Quality?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Yesterday, we provided updates from across all of our program areas to the Air Quality Committee, so I'll keep my remarks short today so as not to repeat any of the information that was presented yesterday. But our first update today is a brief follow-up on a matter the Commission approved in September of 2020, and that's the methyl bromide acceptable ambient levels and the complementary emission control requirements for log fumigation operations. Those rules became effective over a year ago, and the permitting activities for those facilities spanned much of 2021. I simply wanted to give a report here today that the permits were issued in the fall of 2021 under those new rules, and that put in place physical changes and operational limitations at those facilities in order to demonstrate compliance with the new AALs. So if you're interested in more information on this topic, there's a link on our webpage with the details. But wanted to say thank you to the commissioners involved in that rulemaking effort and thought you'd be interested in that follow-up item and outcome. And the only other item I have today is summarized in the written remarks online, and that's related to EPA's final action to revise greenhouse gas emission standards for light-duty vehicles. And that applies to model years 2023 through 2026. That final rule accelerated the rate of stringency between 5 and 10% each year from 2023 through 2026. And under the previous standards, the stringency increased at a rate of roughly 1.5% per year. So the final standards are expected to result in some average fuel economy increases up to about 40 miles per gallon, while the standards that they replace would have achieved only 32 miles per gallon in model year 2026. So that concludes my update for today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Abrazinskis? If not, Mr. Smith for Division Water Resources.
Hey,
Mr. Smith is still with us.
yes, hey, good afternoon, everyone. The first item today is the Division of Water Resources held an online public input meeting on December 14th on the development of a new animal waste management digester systems general permit. In addition to this public meeting, the department held 2 technical stakeholder work group meetings in November and December. Stakeholders for the technical work groups represented community groups, environmental justice organizations, environmental advocacy organizations, state and federal agencies, academia, and industry. DEQ also plans to hold 3 public hearings to receive comments on the draft general permits as a part of the public engagement process. And these additional opportunities for public comments will be announced in early 2022. The second item is a follow-up on the NC drought conditions. Last winter was one of the wettest on record in North Carolina, especially in the eastern half of the state. In contrast, last month, North Carolina's Drought Management Advisory Council expanded its severe drought category to portions of the Blue Ridge Mountains, through the Sandhills, most of the eastern coastal plain, and along the entire eastern coastal area. So, and last month, December 21, the severe drought covers more than half of the state and another 46 counties listed in moderate drought. So over the past several weeks, conditions have certainly abated somewhat, but things are still dry. They're still, many of the counties are still in moderate drought or not abnormally dry. So the planning section of the Division of Water Resources works with municipal and large private utilities to help them develop conservation measures to manage water supply during drought. This section provides support to numerous systems, assessing conditions and helping them understand their plans and providing guidance on notifications to the public. So the planning staff will continue to monitor conditions and aid systems and implementing responses based on their plans and water resources. Yesterday, Linwood and Klaus had an information item on the Water Allocation Committee on this issue. I would just recommend folks to take a look at that presentation. It was very good. Also, the third item is Division of Water Resources will be participating in an annual water quality workshop for the North Carolina Manufacturing Alliance in February 15th. Topics will include items from surface water standards, groundwater standards, PFAS, MPDS, non-discharge permitting, and there will also be a roundtable discussion with the regional supervisors. And the final item is regarding the 303D list. Every 2 years, states are required by Section 303D of the Federal Clean Water Act to list those streams and rivers and other water bodies of water or other bodies of water that do not meet water quality standards and are required to develop a TMDL. So the draft 202 303D list has been released or noticed for public review and comment, and comments are due by February 28th. So thank you. Those are the comments I have for this afternoon.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Smith?
Is the roundtable virtual?
That's a good It's a very good question. Typically, that conference is held at McKimmon Center. It's at NC State. Julie and I have a meeting with some of those members tomorrow to confirm whether or not it'll be virtual or in person. I anticipate it's going to be virtual, but we just haven't had that final discussion yet. That'll be tomorrow. So that information will be updated on their website.
Commissioner
Could you let us
Solomon.
know, please?
Commissioner Solomon.
Are we finished? I'm sorry, Commissioner, were you finished? Yes, he was.
I just wanted to be informed, if where I was interested in attending, that date's free for me.
Mr. Smith, just a quick question, and I don't know the answer, but are you getting any federal money outside of what John Risgard may be getting over in with SWIA for harmful algal blooms in the community? And you know, we've got a drought. We're going to have some change in water chemistry coming. Is there any special set asides for you guys for more testing or helping communities with HABs?
I don't have any information on that specifically. As far as with harmful algal blooms specifically on that issue, I would need to talk to the water science section to make certain I'm up to speed on it specifically. Any monies on that particular aspect of it, but I don't have information.
Yeah, I didn't mean to catch off. Yeah, I didn't mean to catch you off guard. In fact, you don't know of it. Probably means there's not big money anyway. You'd know about it if it was big money, I'm sure. So, okay, just a curiosity question. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And we'll turn to Mr. Scott, Division of Waste Management.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commission members. Quick update from the General Assembly. We briefly noted this yesterday, but the department is actively working on the requirement that was within House Bill 951, or referred to as Session Law 2021-165, where Section 3 does require DEQ to develop a plan by March 1st to ensure adequate financial assurance resources for the decommissioning of utility scale solar projects, and to be submitted to the General Assembly for consideration of legislative action by March 1st. And we have several programs across DEQ contributing to this report, and we'll keep the Commission informed regarding that. On a similar theme, on the rulemaking side, back in November, Jenny Patterson of our group submitted an informational item to the Groundwater and Waste Management Committee regarding proposed rule development to add photovoltaic modules as universal waste under our hazardous waste management rules in 13A. This particular rule amendment and additional minor updates to the rules are expected to come back before that committee, the Groundwater and Waste Management Committee, in March, depending our conclusion of the financial aspects of that particular rule package. We also, yesterday, regarding rule items, appreciate the committee's work on 2 action items related to solid waste rules, C&W and MSW rules that came before the Groundwater and Waste Management Committee, and also a set of our 2P rules from our UST program regarding the Commercial Leaking Petroleum Underground Storage Tank Cleanup Fund. I believe Chair Bailey will probably go into greater detail on the excellent informational item that public staff from the Utilities Commission provided. So I'll defer to her on that item. 2 final notes. We do continue to work on the Colonial Pipeline spill in Huntersville, North Carolina. As we briefly noted to this commission, we did file a complaint and motion for injunctive relief in Mecklenburg County Superior Court on November 2nd regarding this site. It is currently the largest gasoline spill in North Carolina's history, with currently over 1.3 million gallons being recovered at this current time from that spill. And we remain in conversation with Colonial about the outstanding items regarding our filed complaint. We also have a lot of great collective work going on regarding the Camore site in Bladen County. We briefly mentioned this, but a lot's going on regarding the proposed barrier wall and groundwater extraction system. Both the divisions of Waste Management and Water Resources are working on this significant project, where we'll have a barrier wall just over 6,000 feet in length along the Cape Fear River to ensure that that impacted groundwater that has PFAS contaminants in it does not reach that valuable surface water feature here in our state. And so we expect to see a 90% design of that critical project in the upcoming month of March. And like I said, a lot of great collaborative work yet to come on that front. Thank you, Chair Smith.
Any questions for Mr. Scott?
JD, I'll just say, build the wall, Michael, build the wall.
Appreciate that comment. Any other questions? If not, Mr. Wren for Energy, Mineral and Land Resources.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I know that name's a mouthful sometimes, but appreciate the time. The Session Law 2021-180 provided some funding for our dam safety program. It allowed us to implement two important components of the dam safety program. Recurring funding for 4 new positions was approved to assist with reviewing and approving emergency action plans required for high and intermediate hazard potential dams. And these plans provide emergency management services with vital information about homes and businesses downstream of higher and intermediate hazard potential dams in the event of a dam failure. This information includes contact information and predicted inundation maps, and they're required to be updated annually. Also, the Dam Safety Emergency Fund was created to assist in drawdowns where dam owners who do not have funds to properly maintain or repair failing dams. These funds will allow Daimler to purchase emergency drawdown equipment or hire contractors to pump down the failing dams to avoid catastrophic failures that endanger downstream communities. And in just a recent update in the last couple of days, our dam safety engineer position, our state dam safety engineer position has been vacant. We were able to make a hire there. Josh Coley is a well-respected dam safety engineer in the private sector who's going to be coming to work for us in that position, and we'll be starting February 1st. That's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from commission members? I am seeing none. So thank you very much. Any concluding remarks by committee chairs? Commissioner Arata?
Thank you. I think Director Abrazinskis covered it. Different programs that the Division of Air Quality has yesterday, no action items. Just one recurring theme that will be important for the Air Quality Committee is what was referred to as the silver tsunami of those DEQ employees who are eligible for retirement or will be retiring soon and the need to fill those spaces. So that's just an administrative item for all of us to keep in mind as we continue on the work.
Thank you. Commissioner Bailey, Groundwater and Waste Management.
Yes, as Director Scott mentioned, we had a couple of items that will be coming before the commission for rulemaking. And we also arranged with your help, Chair Smith, to have public staff of the North Carolina Utilities Commission give us an overview of the solar panel projects that they issue certificates of public convenience and necessity for, and also the registrations that they have. They've issued about 869, I think, of the certificates, but they don't track what's constructed or not. We saw where there's some gaps in information that we would probably like to have in order to quantify what's coming ahead for decommissioning. But we've got the dialogue started. We have contacts there now. They're happy to provide additional information as we need it. And as you will realize, we're still quite a few years out before the decommissioning is going to start. So I think we're ahead of the curve with getting together our program and coordinating with the PUC public staff. So you're going to be seeing more on solar panels. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Deerhake.
Thank you. Water Quality Committee did meet. We had one information item and one action item. The information item was associated with this afternoon's John Rispard presentation, but it was a focus on the Bible utility program in itself. The action item was a petition for rulemaking received from the North Carolina Water Quality Association to remove DEQ's freshwater chronic aquatic life toxicity standard for silver. We heard the petition. This was delegated to the committee for review and recommendation by the chair. The committee has decided to recommend to the full commission at its March meeting that triennial review is the appropriate pathway for addressing this concern. Therefore, we will be recommending denial of the petition with the understanding that staff is beginning this year as part of its next triennial review process to investigate the state of the science on silver toxicity, as well as exploring continued discussions with Region 4 on certain measures and that they took that put an additional burden on the dischargers. And also we're encouraging that the dischargers stay heavily engaged in stakeholder discussions with the staff as they proceed with this. I might just also take a moment as MPDES chair to say that we did meet, but only for the purpose of reviewing and approving our November meeting minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to make sure this part is clear, the rulemaking petition on the chronic silver standard, as Commissioner Deerhake said, will be coming to the full commission in March. The committee made a recommendation that will be formally presented to the full commission at the March meeting. So, Commissioner McAdams.
Thank you, Chair Smith. The Water Allocation Committee did meet, and we had one action item, and that is that we reviewed and approved and resolved to send off to the Environmental Management Commission a rewrite of the subchapter 2E Water Regulation and Allocation Rules, section 0.0400, a regulation of surface water transfers. And this is a wholesale rewrite of this section. We found it to be excellently done, a couple of little tweaks, and then we have approved it. And it will be coming to our full commission at the March 12th meeting. Then we also did participate jointly with the Water Quality Committee in hearing the presentation by John Risgaard of the Viable Utilities Program, a lot of which was repeated in today's presentation by John Risgaard as well. So anyway, he always does an excellent job. That was very informative. We still look ahead to the day, apparently not too far out, where Fuquay Varina will make their submittal of the documents, the environmental impact statement for the interbasin transfer, but that still lies on our horizon. So that's a summary of what we've done.
Thank you. Mr. Reynolds, do you have any concluding comments from the council's office?
At this time, Madam Chair, thank you for your time and thank you for all the work everyone's doing.
And I have nothing except thank you for your participation. And I look forward to seeing everyone, hopefully in person, on March 9th and 10th. Otherwise, be careful out there.
Okay.
Chair Smith, we usually go around and see if any commissioners have any final comments.
Sorry, you're right. I skipped that part. Other commission members have concluding remarks. I'll look right past that on the agenda.
It was a segue, but I did want to thank Suzanne for serving as vice chair again. It is a thankless job having set in kind of at that level, and it's a lot of hard work. And thank you. And I know Maggie's not on here, but I guess condolences or congratulations to her as well. So, but thank you, Suzanne, and thank you, Maggie.
Anyone else have concluding remarks?
I'm appreciative for Maggie taking over, and we'll be helping her, with the transition process, passing on some of the things that I've put together. And so I'm be happy to help with that.
We're trying not to scare Maggie away in the first 2 months. So.
It might be best to just go down the roll.
I'm sorry?
Might be best to just go down the roll to see if anybody has comments.
That means I have to find my role again. Let's see. Commissioner Anderson.
No comments.
Commissioner Arata,
No additional comments.
Commissioner Bailey,
Nothing more for me.
Mr. Carter,
No, nothing more.
Commissioner Davis,
No, thank you.
Commissioner Deerhake,
No comments, just to say what a pleasure it is to serve with everyone. Thank you.
Commissioner Duggan.
I just echo those comments. I appreciate the discussion today and the work that is being done by the commission and staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Harris,
No comment. Thank you.
Mr. Kelvington,
No comments.
Commissioner Keen, Commissioner McAdams,
Nothing further, Madam Chairman.
and Commissioner Monist had to leave earlier, and I believe Commissioner Solomon has made his comments. So if there is nothing else, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.